pendidikan kita adalah yang terhebat untuk menjadi kebanggaan bagi semua.
Kuatkan hatimu untuk selalu bisa, yakinkan dirimu untuk yang terbaik. Di sini, di Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes, buktikan semangatmu agar selalu bisa berikan yang terbaik. Kuatkan hatimu untuk selalu maju. Kuatkan hatimu untuk selalu bisa, yakinkan dirimu untuk yang terbaik. Di sini, di Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Malang.
skincare DIY bikin ribet. Baru Glut. Generasi muda Pokesman, jadilah insan yang penuh pesona. Tunjukkan pada dunia kita bisa menjalani hidup dengan penuh cita. Generasi muda Pokesman, bantulah sesama agar berdaya melalui semua dengan bahagia untuk hidup sehat sejahtera. Mari bergandeng tangan lewati semua rintangan. Jangan pernah padam, jangan pernah layu. Yakinkan kita adalah yang terbaik. Di sini adalah tempat yang terbaik untuk mewujudkan semua mimpi, meraih semua harap, meraih.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi to all our distinguished guests, respected speakers, presenters, and all participants. Before we officially commence, we kindly ask that all participants ensure their microphones are muted throughout the formal sessions to minimize background noise. We also encourage you to use the chat box for any technical queries or communication with the organizing team. We are delighted to welcome you to the 8th International Conference and Workshop of Health under the title Mental Health is a Human Right, Ensuring a Healthy and Dignified Life for All. An international conference organized by Health Polytechnic of Malang under the Ministry of Health, Republic of Indonesia. My name is Dinar Gardenia, and I have the honor of serving as your Master of Ceremony for the next 2 days. Before we proceed, I would like to welcome our guests for today. Welcome to the Honorable Ms. Afnani Toibah, Master of Education, the Acting Director of Health Polytechnic of Malang, all of the Vice Directors, Heads of Departments, Heads of Study Programs, Heads of the Units of Health Polytechnic of Malang, distinguished speakers of the conference, and last but not least, all participants and audiences. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here to share insights, exchange ideas, and strengthen collaborations through scientific discussion and research presentation from experts. Thank you for being part of this important academic event. Before we officially begin, we invite everyone to be seated uprightly and observe a moment of reverence as we play the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, followed by the hymn of the Health Polytechnic of Indonesia.
Menjunjung nilai-nilai kemanusiaan, berbudi luhur, berakhlak dan berbudaya. Kami Poltekkes Kemenkes Indonesia berjanji pada bangsa dan negara, bekerja profesional, berprestasi, melangkah bersama mandiri mendunia. Kami Poltekkes Kemenkes Indonesia berjanji pada bangsa dan negara, penuhi panggilan untuk mengabdi, berjuang dengan segenap jiwa raga, berjuang dengan
Thank you. To start this important event on a blessed note, we will now proceed with a prayer. We kindly ask everyone to take a moment to pray according to your respective beliefs. Let's say Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you. Next is the committee report that will be delivered by Ms. Rizky Mustika, Master of Public Health. Ms. Rizky Mustika, time is yours.
Tinggal sama-sama dari
Benar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace and blessing be upon us all. Distinguished institutional leaders, our vice director, our ag director, and all of management who come join to this event today. Esteemed lecturers, honorable speaker, and respected student, on behalf of Head of Committee, Dr. Ikuti, who has obstacle this morning. So I would like to start this speech to express our highest praise and gratitude to God Almighty, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. By His grace, so we are able to gather here today for this important event. We have a second international conference of health of Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang 20 and 25. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have theme about mental health is a human right, ensuring a healthy and dignified life for all. Because we have a paradigm that mental health has increasingly emerged as a critical concern today, especially in higher education. Bullying, or whether occurring in person or through digital platform, has become more prevalent and pose serious repercussions for student physiological well-being. So the social pressure, heightened insecurity, and overwhelming fear resulting from such behavior can precipitate severe stress, anxiety disorder, depression, and even long-term psychological trauma. Even more alarming are reports indicating a rise in suicide incidents across campus, both nationally and globally. It is essential to recognize that suicide reflects an acute of psychological distress and become one of signal and urgency need for comprehensive support. Ladies and gentlemen, and all of distinguished participants, through this event, it is our hope that we can collectively to enhance awareness regarding the profound impact of bullying on mental health in any field. And the second, we would like to improve our capacity to identify early warning signs of physiological disorder and suicide risk. We want to say to all of the participants that it will be our concern. And the third, establish more abuse support mechanism within the university environment, because our nice environment in school is our responsibility. And the last, we would like to foster a campus culture characterized by compassion, solidarity, and shared responsibility, ensuring that no student face their challenge in isolation. Allow me to report that this program is conducted over 2 days, today and tomorrow, and includes a conference, oral presentation, and also poster sessions. This event is attended by members of the academic community and students from both within and beyond our region. So we would like to say thank you to our partner from abroad, university from other countries. Our distinguished speakers for the international conference and workshop of health for now represent institutions from Hungary, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand. And to our esteemed speaker, we extend our sincere appreciation for your dedication in sharing scholarly insight and evidence-based strategies. We need to hear and to enlightening our POV. To all participants, let us regard this event as a meaningful step forward broader movement dedicated to strengthening student mental health. Not only our student, I mean, but for our academic member mental health and preventing bullying within our academic environment. I would also like to convey my deepest gratitude to the organizing committee whose commitment and hard work have ensured the successful implementation of this annual event. As a closing, may this program yield meaningful benefit and contributes to the advancement of a campus environment that is safer, healthier, and more human. So thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rizky Mustika, for the report. To officially kick off the 8th International Conference and Workshop of Health 2025, it is my great pleasure to invite our esteemed Acting Director of Health Polytechnic of Malang, Mrs. Afnani Toyibah, Master of Education, to deliver the official welcome speech. Mrs. Afnani, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Gardenia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, honored guests, and colleagues. It is a privilege to welcome all of you to this 8th International Conference and Workshop of Health, held under the theme Mental Health is a Human Right, ensuring a healthy and dignified life for all. First of all, let us express our gratitude to our God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of His blessing, we can attend this conference in good and healthy condition. Secondly, we would like to say thank you so much to our wonderful speaker for supporting and sharing your knowledge and expertise. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are facing an increasing mental health problem around us, such as bullying, sexual abuse, domestic violence, human trafficking, and other health problems. Across countries, mental health challenges are also rising, shaped by social inequities, economic pressure, urbanization, rapid lifestyle change, conflict, war, and oppression. Currently, millions of people continue to suffer from mental health problems. Some of them are facing barriers to accessing mental health service and face social stigma. We gather here to improve our commitment to the future of global mental health. There is no health without mental health, and there is no dignity without the protection of human rights. Mental health is not an optional service. It is not a secondary concern. It is an essential foundation of human potential, social cohesion, and sustainable development. Through this effort, we will enrich our knowledge about your mental health, how body fat influence our mental health related to the emergency in various diseases, the use of herbal for stress release, and an information system for early detection of mental health. We have to understand that mental health is not only a medical issue, but it is a human issue. It related to education, employment, human rights, gender equality, disability inclusion, community resilience, and social protection. Therefore, it requires partnership across sectors and disciplines. Let this conference be a place of learning and listening, but also enhancing our commitment to community mental health. Finally, I would like to express my deep appreciation to all participants for your attendance and contribution. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your commitment. With this, I warmly welcome you and officially open the conference. Let us move forward together toward a healthier and home dignified world for all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Afnani, for that inspiring and thoughtful welcome, and also for that excellent overview and for highlighting and the significance of the research we will be hearing today. We are truly honored to host this significant international event. Before we start, I would like to remind you to fill the attendance link that is shared by the community on the chat box. Please note that for receiving conference certificate, you need to fill the attendance link and make sure that you fill the form by using your active email address. I would like to read the rules for our conference today. The first is participants are highly recommended to be present from the beginning until the end of the conference. Second, participants are prohibited to unmute themselves during the speaker's presentation and can unmute when allowed. Third, questions can be typed via chat box or by raising hand. Fourth, information such as material links and others can be accessed via the chat box. Now the committee will share the rules for this conference.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to read the rules for today's conference. The first one is for each participant are highly recommended to be present from the beginning until the end of the webinar. And the second one is every participant in the Zoom meeting are prohibited to unmute themselves during the speaker's presentation and can unmute when allowed. And the third one is please, you can type your question in chat box or via chat box under the format, type your name underscore institution underscore question. And the fourth one is information such as material links and others can be accessed via the chat box, and some of the material links already sent in the chat box. So maybe if you still want to change your virtual background, or maybe you want to see the rundown or anything else, you can see via our link in link 3. This one. Okay, maybe that's all for the rules for today's, and these rules also applicable in next day. So for the second day of the conference, we also use these rules. Thank you for all. Good morning.
We now enter the session for screening for poster presentations. We encourage all participants to visit the virtual poster hall and review the innovative research. This session will be led by Ms. Sanandayu Widwiastuti, Master of Science, ST Moderator. Mrs. Hanandayu, the virtual floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gardenia. And ladies and gentlemen, now we will see some of poster that already sent to us to join this conference as a poster presentation. And for this conference or for today, we have around 16 posters that have been accepted here. So you may see or maybe read some because we will present it by slideshow. And maybe if you have any interest, maybe we can help you to contact the presenter because all the poster presenters are already attend here. So please maybe from the admin you can play the slideshow. Next. Okay, this is the first one. The title is Bidirectional Association between ultra-processed food consumption and adolescent mental health problems, Systematic Literature Review. From the poster, we can see that this writer or these researchers learn about correlation between ultra-processed food and its effect to mental health. And for the second one, it's okay. Next. Second one, please. Okay. And for the second one, it's from pharmaceutical analysis and food analysis. So it learns about the effect of contact time and absorbent mass for cadmium removal and the using formaldehyde polyethylene absorbent from Lania coromandel bark. The third one. Okay, still loading. We can wait first. Okay, it's still from the pharmaceutical and food analysis. Okay, so it learns about the analysis for lead content in lipstick that was sold in e-commerce in East Java using GFAAS. And yeah, we can see that okay, most of the samples are limited the BPOM limit, which is 20 milligrams per kilograms, which is yeah, we concerned about it, yeah. And the code is for P004. Okay, maybe that's all for this first session about the poster presentation. The next one is? Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, so for this first session, we learned about the third about the poster presentation, and then the next one maybe we can change to the next schedule And I will send it back to the MC. I'm sorry. So, Miss Cardinia, the time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Hananayu. Now let's move to the core scientific session. It is my pleasure to introduce the moderator for our first keynote speakers, Mrs. Nia Lukita Aryani, Master of Science. She is a lecturer of Pharmaceutical and Food Analysis Department of Health Polytechnic of Malang, and we are confident that she will guide this session effectively. Ms. Nia, please take over for the introduction of our esteemed first speaker.
Okay, thank you, Miss Garden. Is my voice clear enough, Miss Garden?
Yes, ma'am, we
Yes.
can hear you.
Okay, cool. Okay, good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable the Acting Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang and the Vice Directors, Honorable the Head of Center of Excellence, Honorable all the distinguished speakers and all participants of the 8th International Conference and Workshop of Health. First of all, I would like to welcome all of you to our first session of today's conference. My name is Nia and I'm more than honored to be your moderator in this session. Okay, dear all participants, we currently have a distinguished speaker who will deliver the talk about fat-brain connection, how body fat influences mental health. But before that, I would like to introduce her profile to all of you. All right, our first speaker is Rini Arianti, PhD. She is an Indonesian who works as a researcher at the University of Debrecen. She got her doctoral degree from Doctoral School of Molecular, Cell and Immune Biology, University of Debrecen. And she attended Gajah Mada University for her master's degree in biomedical science and Institut Pertanian Bogor for her bachelor's degree in biochemistry. For course experiences, she attended the Galaxy course for RNA sequence data analysis and the lab animal course level B, for which she obtains the certificate of animal research leader. In terms of teaching, she was also a full-time lecturer at Muhammadiyah University Bangka Belitung and a part-time lecturer in some universities such as the Department of Biochemistry, IPB University, the Department of Biology, University of Bangka Belitung, and the Polytechnic of Health, Bangka Belitung, Indonesia, before she worked at Debrecen University. She also has some experiences in supervising students in regional and national competition. Talking about her honor and award, maybe the committee can help me to share the slide. She was awarded some academic travel grant from IMBU and FEBS and some prestigious scholarship from LPDP and Stipendium Hungaricum. And right now, she is a member of the Hungarian Biochemical Society. And of course, she attended plenty of conferences around the world from Korea, Italy, Hungary, Spain, Poland, Germany, Austria, Denmark, and Greece. And talking about her publication, she has worked on some research and published in some reputable international journals. Her main works are mostly about thermogenesis in human adipocytes, but I'm more than sure that she is very welcome to any kind of collaboration for participants here who want to be collaborate in the future research. Okay, without further ado, please welcome Rini Arianti, PhD. Good morning, Ms. Rini.
Good morning, Miss Nia. Is my voice audible? Is
Yes,
it good?
currently.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's really nice to see you here, although virtually. It's
I'm
really
I'm
early morning in the Brazil light.
Yes, yeah, very early now, 3 a.m. here. So
Yeah, we thank
yeah,
you so much that you share your precious time even in early morning in the prison.
and I'm honored and I'm really happy to be
Okay,
here. Thank you so much.
okay, thank you, Miss Rini. You may deliver your presentation for around 45 minutes, and we have a discussion later in a session in the next 15 minutes. Is it okay for you?
Sure, that's sure.
Okay, time is
That's
yours.
okay. Okay, may I share my presentations?
Okay, yeah,
Okay, is it now uh clear? Like, can't you see my
yeah,
slides?
it's perfectly clear.
Okay. Oh,
Kamu
It's
kali. Loh, di mana? Kemana?
sorry. I cannot see my slides. Uh,
okay.
okay, wait. I'm gonna reshare.
Okay, take your time.
Okay, now it should be fine.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay.
Um, Good morning, everyone. It's still really early morning here, but I'm already excited to share my talk. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me a great chance to give or to deliver a talk. And I would like to greet also the director and vice director of Poltekkes Malang, and also to all audience and organizers. So today I'm going to talk about the fat-brain connection, how body fat can influence the mental health, and how the body fat can communicate with the brain, and also how they can influence each other. So when we talk about the mental health, what comes into our mind is about the mind, emotions, trauma, or maybe stress that can affect our mental health, but very rare that we think that our body fat can also influence our mood or our mental health. So today, the story will be about the how fat can influence our mood and how mental health can influence the health, fat health. And at the end, this will form such a complicated loop because, or if I may say, an evil cycle between the body fat and the mental health. So there is this both important issues which are arising. So first is the mental health. So you can see here that over a billion people, this is the data from the World Health Organization, they show that over a billion people living with the mental health conditions such as anxiety and depression. And you can see that all of these conditions are really highly prevalent in all countries and communities and affecting of people of all ages. And at the same time, you can also see that the obesity issue is also arising based on the WHO data that there are 890 million individuals with obesity and 2.5 billion individuals with overweight and obesity. So these two conditions are spreading across countries, across communities, and across age groups. So if you see that these both problems are two different problems, but one about the mind, it is the mental health, and one about the body, which is the obesity. But if you look closer into these issues, they are connecting very closely into each other. So the question that I would raise today is that how does the body fat can influence mental health or vice versa? Like how the mental health can affect the body fat and how is the crosstalk between the body fat and the brain? So how they communicate into each other. So we will talk about this body fat, or it's also called adipose tissue. There are two types. So first, white adipose tissue. They are located in several anatomical locations such as facial, subcutaneous, visceral, retroperitoneal, and also inguinal and gonadal. And there is also brown adipose tissue. They are located in the cervical, supraclavicular, axillary, inguinal, and also paravertebral. So there are two types. There are white and brown. So what is the difference between this white and brown? So if we talk about the white adipocytes, they function as the energy storage or thermal insulation because it will protect us from the hypothermia, and also for mechanical protection because it will protect our internal organs, and also as an endocrine organ. So if you think that the white fat, or when you have fat in your body, is only about the lazy tissue, is not true, because this also function as endocrine organ that we will talk more detail in the next slides. And the other type is beige and brown adipocytes. Their main function is for the thermogenesis or heat generation. So these brown adipocytes, they are characterized by uncoupling protein 1 or UCP1 expression. And the function is for thermogenesis or heat generation. They are also endocrine organ because brown adipocytes also release some molecules that can communicate with other tissues, but the molecules that are released by brown adipocytes are different with white adipocytes. Of course, some may overlapping, but most of the molecules are different. And there is this special type called beige or bright adipocytes. So these beige or bright adipocytes, they reside in white adipose tissue, but when there is stimuli such as cold, so when you feel cold, and then the beige adipocytes will be active. So if there is no cold, they will be like white-like phenotypes, but when there is cold exposure, then they will change into brown-like phenotype. So they can make a transition when there is particular stimuli. So these thermogenic adipocytes are potential target to treat obesity because they have higher energy expenditure, lower adiposity, and reduced risk of insulin resistance. And we talk about a bit about this brown adipose tissue. So many decades ago, they said that brown adipose tissue can be found only in newborn babies to protect them from the hypothermia. However, more than 2 decades ago, exactly in 2009, brown adipose tissue can be detected and quantified by positron emission tomography or computed tomography or PET-CT in combination with level glucose administration. So then they can detect that, okay, in adult human, we can also found brown adipose tissue, because when they give this labeled glucose into the adult human, then they can found that this labeled glucose accumulated in several areas such as cervical, supraclavicular, axillary, mediastinal, paraspinal, and abdominal. And in 2020, our group reported that human brown adipocytes derived from deep cervical area, they exert or they show a very high thermogenic capacity. So they can generate heat much better if you take the adipocytes from this deep cervical area. And although our group works a lot, or we have been working a lot with brown fat in human, like we try to find how to make the fat cells in human becomes more brown. However, today I will talk mostly about the white adipose tissue because it's more relevant to the metabolic health. So This white adipose tissue is the most abundant form of adipose tissue in human. So they present in nearly all of the body regions. So if you look at the subcutaneous white adipose tissue, which is located beneath our skin, you will always find this subcutaneous white adipose tissue. So we have this almost in all of our body parts. And it represents approximately 80% or more of total fat mass and concentrated in abdominal and gluteo or in these hip thighs regions. And there is this visceral white adipose tissue, so located inside the peritoneal cavity. So visceral is in here, in the belly. So it includes the omental and mesenteric fat. And in the previous slides, we talked that this white adipose tissue also function as endocrine organs. So they are really, really active because they release some molecules called adipokines. And these adipokines such as leptin, apelin, fisfatin, resistin, and adiponectin. So today what we talk about will be about leptin, adiponectin, and resistin, which can relate to the mental health. Uh, Mental health. And these adipokines function in various biological processes such as metabolism, inflammation, and insulin action. So first, there is this leptin. It signals how much energy or fat the body has. So leptin can tell the brain that, okay, the body has enough energy or doesn't have enough energy. And it can tell the brain to reduce appetite and increase the energy use. And in common obesity, the brain becomes resistant to leptin. So this we will discuss about it also in more detail in the next slides. And lowering leptin levels in obese mice can reduce obesity and improve metabolism. So this is also will be discussed more detail in the next slides. So this leptin is the molecule that bridge the fat tissue and brain. So you can imagine that this leptin is a very small peptides or hormones that can travel from the fat tissue all the way to the brain, exactly in the hypothalamus, and carry the important message that you have enough energy stored and you can stop eating now. But a little bit about the discovery of the leptin. So in 1950s to 1960s, so researchers discovered the OB mice. So these mice are extremely obese, but they don't know what's the cause. So the cause is unknown until in 1994, when the leptin is discovered by Professor Jeffrey Friedmans in Rockefeller University, and they found this gene, which is called leptin, and the name was taken from the Greek, from leptos, which means thin. And this breakthrough showing that the fat tissue can send signals to the brain. And this is the picture was taken last week. So this is Jeffrey Friedman, a professor who discovered leptin for the first time. So he came to our university, to University of Debrecen, to receive the Debrecen Molecular Medicine Award for the leptin discovery. And if we go back to the leptin signaling, and the leptin circulating at the blood closely related to the amount of the fat stores. So the more fat you have and the more leptin will be released to the blood. And as I mentioned, that leptin is synthesized in adipose tissue and regulated by the amount of the fat. And it can reach the central regulatory circuits of the hypothalamus, where it can interact with the receptor on the NPY or AGRP neurons. And here is the more detail about the leptin pathway or adipostat theory. So binding of leptin. So when it binds to the NPY or AGPR neurons, it will lead to the inhibition of the biosynthesis and release of this neuropeptide Y or NPY in the hypothalamus. So this NPY, physiologically, it has various functions such as regulation of food intake, and it is the most effective neuropeptide inducing feeding behavior. So if this NPY is released, then it will stimulate the appetite through orexigenic signals. However, if you inhibit NPY or if leptin inhibits NPY, then the appetite will be decreased. And on the other side, that if leptin stimulates expression of this pro-opiomelanocortin or POMC in the POMC CAR-T neurons, and it will inhibit the appetite-related pathway because it is anorexigenic. And the gene product of the POMC is split to produce alpha melanocytes simulating hormone alpha MSH, which bind to this melanocortin 4 receptor, which then propagates the anorexigenic message from leptin to the downstream of the brain. So leptin will stimulate the alpha MSH secretion, and it will decrease the appetite. So when leptin was sent from the fat tissue to the brain, it will inhibit the NPY. That's why the appetite will be decreased, and at the same time, it also will stimulate this alpha MSH. It also will decrease appetite. So what happened in the obesity is that this leptin signaling is resistant. So it's something like insulin resistant as well. Like the insulin is there, but the signaling is not working. It's the same here with the obesity. Like the leptin is there, however, there is the leptin resistance that make that the signal to stop eating doesn't work. So that's why someone cannot feel satiety because of this failed in the leptin signaling. And because today we are talking about the mental health and then how this leptin can be connected into the mental health. So it turned out that leptin doesn't only regulate the appetite, but also it can influence the emotion and also mood. And it is a double-edged sword because both high and low leptin levels have been linked with the psychiatric symptoms. And this is what I mentioned in the previous slide, that leptin resistance, often seen in obesity, may contribute to the anxiety, depression, and impaired neurocognition. And also it can affect the reward processing, emotional regulation, and motivational pathways involved in feeding behavior. So it can also affect the eating disorders. So there is this anorexia nervosa. So there is the very low leptin levels in these anorexia nervosa patients, and also leptin levels correlate positively with the BMI. So when they give the leptin injection, then the BMI will increase. And low leptin triggers adaptive responses to starvation. So there is this change in the somatic and behavioral functioning. And also it can contribute to anhedonia and altered reward processing. And there is another condition which is bulimia nervosa, but the finding for this bulimia nervosa it's very inconsistent because leptin may vary depending on the disease phase or severity. So the finding is consistent because some show that it's related to the low leptin level, and other studies show that it's correlated with the high leptin level. And the next condition that can relate it to leptin is that depression. So low leptin levels associated with depressive behaviors, and chronic stress reduce leptin secretion, and leptin receptors in limbic areas influence the neuroplasticity and mood regulation. And also they found that leptin can be a potential biomarker of depression, so particularly in cases with the metabolic dysfunction. So if the patient have the metabolic dysfunction, then leptin can be a potential biomarker for the depression. And for the schizophrenia, so these days, the research focus on this antipsychotic effect on leptin. Because it can interact with the dopaminergic pathway, and it reduce dopamine activity in nucleus accumbens and also may counteract the dopaminergic hyperactivity characteristic in schizophrenia. So they say that if you give leptin, then it can counteract this dopaminergic hyperactivity. So it can also connect it with the schizophrenia. And some studies show that negative correlation between leptin levels and symptom severity. So if the leptin levels can be restored, then the severity can be reduced in the schizophrenia. And going further that about this leptin and mental disorder is that this is the very nice figure which summarize how leptin can affect the appetite and weight. We have discussed about it that leptin can travel from fat to brain, and the effect is to reduce the appetite, increase metabolism, promotes energy balance. And in the case of obesity, brains do not respond to leptin, so the hunger will stay there and the patients will keep eating. And the leptin resistance also, this can cause in the mental health problem. So altered leptin signaling is implicated in this eating disorder, depression, and schizophrenia. And if we can understand the leptin role, it can help to develop biomarkers and therapeutic approach in psychiatric disorder. So, and we move to the next peptide or molecules, which is released by fat. It is the adiponectin. So this adiponectin is more like anti-inflammatory healer. So it can improve the insulin sensitivity, calms inflammation, and also can enhance the metabolic health. So adiponectin accounts for approximately 0.01% of all plasma protein. It involved in energy homeostasis, and it's linked to the glucose and lipid regulation because it can stimulate the fatty acid oxidation and suppress hepatic gluconeogenesis. And also, it can sensitize the insulin action, and as I mentioned, it exerts the anti-inflammatory actions. And there is this in vivo study reported that adiponectin treatments can improve the metabolic health in mice. And what about the correlation between adiponectin and mental disorder? So they found that decreased serum adiponectin reported in several mental problems such as major depressive disorder, panic disorder, and schizophrenia. And they show that the elderly patients with the major depressive disorder show significantly lower adiponectin level than the non-depressed control. So they found that the adiponectin level decreased significantly when the patients have this major depressive disorder. And adiponectin also play a role in depression-related behaviors because they found that the chronic social stress have reduced circulating adiponectin, and lower adiponectin correlates inversely with social interaction. So if a patient have lower adiponectin level, so they withdraw themselves from the social connection or from the society. And So the adiponectin insufficiency can increase several conditions such as susceptibility to stress-induced depressive behaviors, also dysfunction of this HPA axis, and also the adiponectin receptor 1 and 2 highly expressed in the brain regions implicated in depression. So this dysfunction of the adiponectin receptor in the brain is closely related with the depression. And there is this study in mice show that when they inject adiponectin or when they treat the mice with the adiponectin, it exerts the antidepressant-like effects in both normal weight and obese diabetic mice. So they already tried to use this intracerebral injection of adiponectin to treat the depression in mice. And the connection of adiponectin and Alzheimer disease is also nicely summarized in this article. So they found that in Alzheimer disease patients, the level of adiponectin decrease, and the decreased adiponectin levels are linked to increased risk of progression of Alzheimer disease because there is this accumulation of amyloid beta and tau that can promote the build up because they are the protein build up linked to the Alzheimer. So we can see here that the adiponectin is not only connected to the metabolic health, so not only connected with the metabolism, but also can increase the severity of the Alzheimer disease. And if we move to the next molecule, which is resistin. So this resistin is a bit a troublemaker because they are pro-inflammatory adipokine. So because it's different with adiponectin is anti-inflammatory adipokine, but resistin is pro-inflammatory adipokine. So the first discovered in 2001, and it's also known as adipose tissue specific secretory factor or this XCP1. And also, I mentioned already, it's a pro-inflammatory adipokine and can contribute to insulin resistance. So it's mainly produced by adipocytes, but also highly expressed in the mononuclear blood cells. And what about the correlation between resistin and mental disorders? So this adipokine linked to the increased risk of the depression. So some studies show that higher resistin levels in atypical major depressive disorder and melancholic major depressive disorder. So the possible mechanism for this is that the resistin reduced the monoamine levels by inhibiting the norepinephrine and dopamine release in the hypothalamus. And also it can contribute to the low mood, reduced motivation, and depressive symptoms. And it also correlates with the OCD or obsessive compulsive disorder because in the patients with OCD, they observe there is a reduced resistant levels, and in autism spectrum disorders, also lower serum resistant levels reported. And also this eating disorder, also resistant levels are decreased, potentially due to reduced mononuclear macrophage activity and lower pro-inflammatory processes. So this kind of like interesting connection because if we look at the function of resistant, it is more to pro-inflammatory, so it can trigger the inflammation in the body. However, this is a very, very complex regulation because if you can see here that if the resistant level is low, then it can lead to some conditions, which is like to the mental health condition. So if it is too high, then it can cause the inflammation. But if it is too low, then it can cause these several problems in the body. So, and this is, we now arrive in the so-called Effel cycle, or the complicated loop that stress can mix fat and fat can mix stress. So there is this very important player here. We may say it's a cortisol. So this cortisol is a primary stress hormone produced by the adrenal cortex. So it's part of the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, and it follows the diurnal rhythm, so high in the morning and low in the night. So that's why, like, this is very important, because this is the diurnal rhythm. So we shouldn't produce cortisol at night, because it should be low concentration in the evening so you can sleep better. And this cortisol, if the level is high, then it can lead to the several conditions, such as increased fat storage, especially in the visceral fat. So in the belly area, it's going to be accumulating fat if we have high level of cortisol, and it can also increase the appetite and then strong cravings. Especially, it will make you crave for high calorie food. So in the normal condition, functions of cortisol is to regulate the metabolism, to support the immune response, and it is essential for stress adaptation. So for the fight or flight response. So this is like in the biochemistry textbook, usually they explain that if you were chased by the dog, then you need to choose to fight or to flight. So this will make us like take decision to fight the dog or just to run from the dog. And it also can influence the blood pressure, cardiovascular function, and energy availability. So you can see here what's going on, like how this cortisol can affect many things, because in the brain, it can affect the hypothalamus. So it can increase the appetite because it will increase the release of this neuropeptide Y. And in the liver, it can increase the gluconeogenesis, increase the lipogenesis. It means that the lipid generation in the liver will increase. And also in skeletal muscle, it will decrease the glucose uptake. It means that the glucose cannot be taken by the muscle cells efficiently, and it will lead to the accumulation of glucose in the blood, and then it can lead to the hyperglycemia. And for the white adipose tissue, especially in the visceral fat depot, it can increase the glucose uptake, and also it can increase the lipolysis. I don't think so, but the cortisol, it will increase the lipogenesis as well in the white adipose tissue. So, and because I want to show you here, so this picture was taken by our research group under the microscope. So I will talk about it later, what we are doing in our lab. But this picture is the human fat cells that we take the picture in the group. So you can see here, this is this lipid droplets. And this is how the fat cells look like when it's treated with the cortisol. You can see that the bigger lipid droplets, it means that the fat cells or the adipose tissue will store more fat here. So that's why, like, I want to show you that this gonna be the effect if the cortisol is very high for long time. This is only 2 weeks treatment with the cortisol, but you can already see here that how big the lipid droplets can be when it is treated with the cortisol. So then there is this binge eating as the emotional therapy. So like, when someone is stressful, something happen, or usually like broken heart, that it can cause the binge eating. Like, we tend to eat a lot, to eat the comfort food. But sometimes, like, this show that we eat sometimes not because we are hungry, but there are some conditions that make us do this binge eating, such as these neurobiological factors, emotional triggers, unmet psychological needs, trauma, adversity, or genetic and vulnerability. So in case of genetic, if the leptin, so there is this mutation in the leptin gene that can make someone doesn't have leptin at all, and then it can cause like they will not stop eating because the leptin is not there to tell the body that stop eating, we have enough energy now. There is some genetic condition that can cause that, but today we are more into these emotional triggers or unmet psychological needs. So this is what will happen. Like if we do the binge eating, like we eat a lot comfort food, like to make us feel better, but actually inside our body, this binge eating, maybe it can be an emotional therapy, but on the body, the effect will not be good because it can cause to the lipid accumulation. And at the end, also it will increase the inflammation, reduce adipogenesis, and at the end, it will lead to the leptin and insulin resistance. So if we see like there are many things that can like affect our body, but okay, there is one thing that you can do or we can do to overcome this problem is by doing exercise. So this is like the very easy therapy for our body. You can do running, playing paddle, tennis, or walking, dancing, or whatever trendy sport which is now hyped. You can do it as an exercise because when we do the exercise, it will release this molecule so-called irisin. So irisin will be released when we do the physical exercise, and it has been reported that the irisin increase in individuals with this multiple sclerosis condition and also in healthy individuals. So the benefits of the irisin is to enhance the muscular and mental health regardless of age or baseline physical condition. And also it plays a key role in energy expenditure and brain homeostasis. So indicating the broad benefit of this irisin. So not only for the cardiovascular health, but also for the mental health. So, and then the next therapy that we can do is to have a very good sleep because if this our sleep is disrupted, then it can cause many problems. So if we have the disrupted clock or disrupted circadian clock, then it will decrease the sleep quality, mood, metabolism, cardiovascular health, and also it will increase the risk for the disease. So we really need to pay attention to our circadian clock to keep it healthy. So if I may say, then the very important takeaway message today is that you must have a very good night's sleep. So just go sleep and have a very good sleep, did sleep, a high quality sleep, and then it will keep your circadian clock healthy, and at the end it will keep your body and mind also healthy. So um, now we come to the very trendy drugs that people are using to treat obesity. So there is this semaglutide or tirzepatide, or now many Hollywood celebrities, they use this Ozempic, which is the glucagon-like peptide 1 analog to treat the obesity. So they just inject these drugs to the abdominal subcutaneous and then they can lose weight very, very nicely. It can look nice because like, okay, it can treat obesity. It seems like it is an end game, like we can treat obesity very easily. However, there is this recent publication show that this GLP-1 receptor agonist or something like Ozempic treatment, it can lead to the adverse effect on the mental health in human because it can lead to the depression, anxiety, suicidal, nervousness, stress, insomnia, fear of injection because this need to be injected to the subcutaneous. So if we see here, okay, we can lose weight with these drugs, but on the other hand, it shows this very bad effects on the mental health in human. So now here is the open question. Because, okay, this is what we say that like an end game, like, okay, Ozempic is there, then we can use it to treat obesity. But then can we target the adipokines to treat the mental illness? So this is still an open question because we already discussed that the adipose tissue, they can release several molecules that can play a role as a messenger. Today we discuss about leptin, adiponectin, and resistin. Like if we have a healthy adipose tissue, then these molecules will be released and then the metabolic health will be improved. But then the question is that can these adipokines also improve the mental health? So but we are still very far from understanding whether directly targeting these adipokines can treat the mental illness. So this is the research is still wide open to be done about this question. And talking about stress, so if we talk about the mental health, so nowadays there is a report that the PhD students have very bad mental health due to stress because like failed experiments and also pressure to publish the articles because if they don't publish the articles they cannot have the PhD. So this is a very like bad situation for the PhD students and also harsh criticisms and unreasonable expectations. So, but what can we do to improve this condition? So, very recent, like in October 2025, there is this editorial perspective published in Nature that what makes PhD students happy? It is a good supervision. So supervisors who invest in positive mentoring relationships with the PhD candidates, it can reap benefits for their own research. So I hope this can inspire all of the supervisors to provide the supportive and encouraging environment for students during their studies so then that we can do to mitigate the overstress in PhD students. Of course, for bachelor and master students, I can also imagine that the stress is there. Experiments, writing the thesis can be stress as well, but I hope that it can be mitigated. And in the last couple of minutes, I would like to share about what we have been doing in our research group. So in our lab, we currently have almost 200 human adipose tissue donors. So we have the patients and we have the surgeon collaborators, and he took the adipose tissue from the deep cervical area, and then we can isolate the stem cells from this tissue. So we are kind of doing the from bed to the bench, and hopefully it can go back again from bench to the bed for the treatment. So what we are doing, like this is the step-by-step protocol, how we can isolate the human neck-derived adipocytes. So we got the biopsies and then we use the collagenase to destroy the connective tissue. And then we incubate in 37 degree with the collagenase and then we centrifuge. And after the centrifugation, you will see that there is this clear supernatant, and also this pellet is the stromal vascular fraction or SPF. And then we will resuspend the SPF with the culture medium, and here we can get the human adipose tissue derived stem cells. So we work a lot with the human adipose tissue derived stem cells. And what we are doing, so here are our team. So these four are our PhD students. So there is one student who arrived last September. So first year PhD student from Indonesia. His name is Aditya. He just joined our lab. And this is our group, so PhD students together with the undergraduate students. So you can see here that our group consists of students coming from various countries with different or with a diverse background. So all of them working with us in the human adipose tissue. So this is some of our publications. So you may see that almost all of our publications come from human adipocytes. So human adipocytes, human neck adipocytes. So we work already a lot with the human adipocytes. But what I can draw your attention here that there is one publication published in 2021. It's a collaboration between me and Nia Lukita Riani, the moderator today, also lecturer in Poltekkes Malang. So we published about the single nucleotide polymorphism in ENPP1 and adiponectin gene on insulin resistance. So I hope that in the future we can maintain the collaboration and publish more papers together. And also, I would like to share that Hungary, they have the Stipendium Hungaricum scholarship. It's opening now in November. I think it's already open. If you are interested, you can check their website. It is studyinhungary.hu. And if you are interested to join a cell biochemistry research laboratory where I'm doing my research now, you can contact me anytime in these platforms, and I would try my best to respond to the question, either about the research collaboration or about the scholarship to study in Hungary. So this is a bit for pictures about University of Debrecen. This is the main building, and this is also inside the main building, and this is the situation during winter, and this is the library, and also this is life science building where our lab is located in the third floor. And also you can check my research topic in the website, in this website. It's written there that what we are doing with the human adipocytes, and I mostly focus on the solute carrier transporters that play a role in the that facilitate the nutrient uptake into the human fat cells. So I mostly work with the solute carrier transporter. And last but not least, I would like to thank my supervisor, Professor Laszlo Fesius, and senior colleague Andre Christoph, Rahaf, Reis, Mizuki, and Adit. They are the PhD students, and also all of our TDK students, and to all the collaborators who contribute to our study, and of course to the funding agency, and also for Poltekkes Malang for inviting me to share the talk today. And with this, I would like to conclude my talk, and I'm ready to take questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rini Arianti. That was a great insight from you. I think at first, when we talk about adipose tissue or fat cells, I think we just talk about the indirect effect, like when we get more fat and people see us as an obese, and we get depressed or anxiety from that kind of perception, and we get stressed. I think that was just the connection between fat cells and mental health. But from your talk, we now know that many things can be connected from the molecular level until the bad levels. You talk about leptin, you talk about resistant, you talk about adiponectin. That was a great insight for us here. Okay, dear all participants, the next session is discussion. The committee told me that we still have 30 minutes. It is enough time for you. If you want to drop your questions in the chat box, I will read it for you. Or maybe you want to ask her directly your questions, please raise your hand and unmute yourself. Oh, all right. We already have several questions here. So, okay, there are 3 questions already. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for your insightful presentation on the connection between body fat and brain function and how leptin plays a crucial role in regulating food intake and energy expenditure. This is from Miss Dini. Yeah, the first questions in your presentation, you highlighted the critical role of leptin in linking body fat and mental health. Given leptin's influence on food intake and energy expenditure, what are some practical strategies for integrating leptin-related testing into routine healthcare to improve mental health outcomes, particularly for those at risk of mental health disorder like depression and anxiety? That was the first question. Do you want to answer first, or you want me to
Uh,
read all?
Maybe I can answer this first.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, that it can be like we can. Thank you for the question. That's a very great question. So of course we can integrate leptin like for the to improve the mental health, but first we need to check the leptin levels in the patients first. So if the leptin is not there, or or if the leptin levels is low, then we can inject leptin to the patients. Then we will see that if it can improve the mental health or no. But now the more difficult thing is that even the one who discovered leptin share with us is that if there is a problem there, like obesity or the problem, metabolic health problem, the problem is that which is harder to tackle if the leptin is there, but then there is the leptin resistance. So for example, it's the same with this mental health disorder. So like depression and anxiety, you need to check first, is leptin there or no? If the level is low, yes, you can inject leptin, but if the level is like kind of in the normal range, then you want to inject leptin, then I'm not sure it will work, because then it means the leptin resistance is there, which is harder to tackle. It's the very same with the insulin resistant condition. Like, okay, if insulin is not there, then you can inject the insulin. For example, in type 1 diabetes, then it will work. But if it is the insulin resistance, then it's gonna be hard, because no matter how much insulin we inject, then it's not working because the signaling is not working. But I hope in the future the leptin can be used to treat the mental health disorders, especially if the mental health is coupled with the metabolic health problem. So I hope it can answer.
Yeah. So it's possible, but it's still many works to do before that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay, the second, I guess this is the second question. It's enlightening to see the connection between metabolic function and mental well-being. Leptin has been linked to depression and anxiety due to its role in mood regulation. Given this, what are the potential application of leptin-targeted therapies in managing mental health disorder like depression and anxiety, especially for individuals with metabolic dysfunction?
Yes, thank you. I think this is also, I will
Yeah.
give the similar answer, like it depends on the leptin levels of the patients. If it is low, then of course we can inject the
Yeah.
leptin.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's the first two questions from Miss Dini. Thank you, Miss Dini, for asking. The next question is from Miss Rizky Mustika Riswari. Hi, Miss Rini. I feel that your material is very relatable to me and enlightening. We often have to work late into the night, several days a week, but we still feel fine when we wake up. This is heart, the the heart of Miss Rika, Rizky Mustika. But actually, it's dangerous, right? Is there a safe limit to our sleeping habits so that it doesn't trigger mental health issue in the future?
Okay, thank you for the question. This is a very interesting that many students or even workers that they have to work late at night, and then like if it is really dangerous or no. the problem with the sleeping or with the disrupted circadian clock is that the effect will be felt, or you will feel the effect after chronic, so after a long time. So the safe limit of sleeping habits, I think, I cannot say for sure, but if you have it less than 3 hours or less than 4 hours for like long period of time, then it will not be good, because this circadian clock or diurnal rhythm is also very important for the regeneration of the tissue, or the for the cells regeneration. So really it's um, the habit of the sleep less than 3 hours or less than 4 hours. It should be carefully looked after, because the safe limit, maybe I'm not sure about it. Maybe I should read more, but what I'm sure is that the circadian rhythm is very important for the tissue generation, and also for the health of the for the metabolic health, because there are some tissues that can be regenerated only when we are sleeping. So this is like the importance of sleep, like why we have to sleep. And also there is this when it's already night, like this dark and light cycle. It's also very important for us. Like for example, if it's already dark, if it's already night, then we are still awake, then it will not be good for the body, because there is also the system that regulate this dark and light cycle, like this circadian rhythm. So it will trigger the mental health issues. I think if you have the sleep deprived for a long time, then it can trigger the mental health issue, because then some disruption will happen in the brain because of the sleep deprived. So in the future, it may trigger. So, but also there is other studies show that sometimes you don't need a long sleep, but the deep sleep or high quality sleep is also good. So if you can have only 4 hours, but it was a deep sleep, I think it's also still good to keep the circadian rhythm, but it must be a deep sleep, like in that a very short time. But I hope that this habit can be changed, because it's really, maybe we don't really think about the circadian clock in our body, but if we look closer into the cellular level, to the molecular cell level, the circadian clock is very important, because imagine that the very one cell, that we have trillions of cells in our body, but every single cell, they will follow the circadian rhythm. So yes, that's very important, like to keep it healthy habit.
Okay, thank you. That's a well explained answer. Hopefully it answers your question, Miss Rizky Mustika. Okay, move to the next questions from Mr. Kisa Bahari. You mentioned that stress make fat. However, most people tend to become thinner when they are stressed. So in this case, does stress cause weight gain, or does it actually burn fat? That's nice questions.
Uh, this is very interesting. So, yes, stress can make fat, because there is this cortisol and stuff, like when people tend to become thinner when they are stressed. So, this stress makes fat if you do the binge eating. So, if when you are stressed, then you are seeking the comfort by eating more, or you seek the comfort in food, then it will make you fat, because the cortisol is there, because you're already stressed, then the cortisol level is high, and then you do the binge eating, then those what you eat will be stored as fat, like the storage as the fat will be much faster and faster, because the cortisol is there. But for some people, they can also lose appetite when they have this stress. That's why like they become thinner, because they do not um, they do not eat. So this is also kind of dangerous as well because stress can cause weight gain, of course, because cortisol and if you do the binge eating, but also if it burns fat, I'm not sure about it because it doesn't burn fat, but mostly it makes someone lose the appetite. Like you just don't want to eat, and then what body use as the energy is what we have in the body, like the fat storage we have, the muscle we have, then someone become thinner and thinner because of the losing appetite. And maybe it's also related to the leptin disrupted signaling, maybe because like leptin regulate the appetite as well and the satiety in the body. So it can be related to leptin. But yeah, this is also very interesting question.
Yeah. I think it's maybe related to your explanation before about your work when the fat cell is treated with cortisol. You said that it, sorry, is my voice clear?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, because I'm become freeze. I think my signal is not really good. Okay,
Yeah.
so it's
Okay.
relatable to your explanation before about your work when the fat cell is treated with cortisol and there is more fat accumulated in that cell. Maybe is it? Can you explain more about that? Why the cortisol can make the fat cell more accumulative?
Yes, because this cortisol, it will bind to the glucocorticoid receptor. Like if we take a look to the molecule, more to the molecular level, but yeah, because it will induce the lipogenesis. So that is why, like when the cortisol is there, when someone is stressed, then the fat cells generation or the fat cells accumulation will be induced. It will be triggered. So, so that is why, like when you are stressed and when you eat more, and then what you eat will be stored as fat much faster because the cortisol induced the lipogenesis there. So, but if in some people it makes them thin, the stress, maybe because that they don't eat, like they lost the appetite. So I think that also will be related to the leptin because leptin also regulate the appetite.
All right. So it's related to our eating behavior. Okay.
Exactly.
Dear all participants, do you have any more questions here? Or maybe you want to talk to her directly? Please unmute yourself. We still have like around 15 minutes more.
Yeah, Miss Nia, maybe one more question
Okay.
to continue our question before, because it's gonna
Oh,
be very
sorry.
interesting for me.
Okay.
Yeah, really thank you very much for your coming to enlightenment with your material for today. Maybe we have a question
Pleasure.
for safe worker. Maybe our friend should be work at night. Could we replace our nighttime sleep into daytime sleep so that it doesn't disrupt hormones and cause cortisol to build up? Is it enough if we replace our nighttime sleep into daytime sleep? So we need to our hormones still balanced, so it causes our cortisol build up. Thank you.
That's also very interesting question because it's like more practical. I know there are people who has this night shift to work.
Yeah.
Um, okay. What I know is that the sleep is like there is a connection with sleep between sleeping and the condition of the light. So, okay, if we are working during the night shift and then we sleep during the day, make sure that all of the curtains were closed. So you really make the room really, really dark to give it the ambience that okay, we are sleeping at the night. Because also there is this in the arcuate nuclei, like if I still remember correctly, that this light can react with this something in our brain that can also relate it or regulate with the circadian rhythm. So to manipulate that, I think you need to make the ambience, like the room becomes really, really dark, so our body will take it as okay, this is the night sleep. And also, if I remember correctly as well, there are some supplements like related to this. I think something like melamine supplements that can also help to regulate this circadian rhythm. Like if you take the melamine, that it can help you to sleep better, and also it somehow can help to mitigate the metabolic problem because of this night shift. Like you sleep during the day and you work during the night. So that's if I still remember correctly about the explanation about this matter.
Okay, thank you. How
Thank
about
you.
this, Miss Rizky Mustika? Is it answer your question?
Sure, thank you very much.
Okay,
I'll
thank
do,
you.
I'll do. I'll do to replace my nighttime sleep into daytime sleep.
Yes,
Thank you very
don't
much.
begadang too much. Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay, there is one question from Miss Fabia Wulandari. You said about the phrase stress makes fat, fat makes stress, describe a cycle that reinforces itself. In real life, what kind of situations might trigger this cycle, and what small and realistic steps could help someone gradually move out of that pattern? I think it's everyone's problem.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's also interesting because like it's really practical. So if we go into the real life, what can trigger this cycle? For students, the first trigger can be stress writing the thesis, scriptsy, or stress of question, when will you finish your study? When will you get a job? When will you get married? When will you get this? That kind of very, very small stress that can trigger you into this kind of stress. And then you have a friend who likes to, okay, you are stressful. Let's eat seblak. Okay, you are stressful. Let's buy Thai tea, bubble tea, or whatever it is like. Or okay, let's go to the coffee shop and then we eat there. Like that's a lot of sweets, coffee plus creamer and stuff. And then you fell into this kind of cycle with your friends. Okay, whenever we are stressed, we can go eating seblak. And it can be started like that in the real life. And then the problem is that you find the comfort in the food together with your friend, and the stress is still there. Like if you don't manage the stress, if you don't work on the stress source itself, then this cycle will be there always. For example, like rather than writing your thesis or scriptsy, you would rather to go out with your friends to seek the comfort, then the stress, the trigger will stay there. It's not managed, it's not solved, and then the cycle is there. So, and the realistic step you should do is that when your friends ask you, okay, you are stressful, let's eat seblak, then maybe you can divert that to, okay, rather than eating seblak, what if we just go walking 10,000 steps today? Or what if we just go running today? Or what if we just hit the gym today rather than going to buy the bubble tea and whatever it is? Because I know I miss that a lot as well in Indonesia, because like there we can have a very easy life, like to get whatever we want to eat, because here it's like not that easy. So like it's also kind of changing for me, like from this kind of eating behavior to this eating behavior here. So if you want to like really move out from the pattern, then you have to start to manage the stress itself. So don't run away from the stress source, because sometimes like especially I think for the young students is the thesis writing. Like you don't work on that, but rather you find another way to use your brain, take it as a reward, your brain take it as a solution. Okay, don't be stressed over thesis, then do other thing. Then there the cycle will start. So okay, first manage the stress. For example, also like many young people also like if the relationships doesn't work, I think that's also like you need to work on that. Okay, if it doesn't work, then okay, then leave it. Then you don't need to stress over it for a long time. Maybe for 1 week you will be stressed over it, but you really need to get out from that. And the exercise will be the very realistic step that you can do to move out from that. Okay, so also the other important takeaway message is that if you are stressful and your friends say that it's a block, I think you have to reject it and ask your friend, okay, what about we just go running today? I think that's much better solution.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for kindly remind us how we focus on solving our stress source rather than getting away by making something comfort. So my friend, please ask me to work out rather than to the coffee shop. Thank you, Marini.
Because that's the easiest, I think, right?
Yes,
The
yes,
easiest
that's
way.
right.
Okay, let's just go eating. Just go to coffee shop and stuff, but it doesn't really solve the
The problem
problem. Maybe
itself.
temporarily, but in the long term, maybe no.
Okay, okay. Okay, we still have like around 5 minutes more. Maybe any participant wants still to ask to our first grade speaker. All right, I think, do you have a close statement for this session, Miss Rini Arianti?
The close statement is that please, in our body, we have like more than trillion cells. And I think every day when we wake up, we need to be grateful for the healthy cells in our body that make us function properly every day. And I think that's a very important reason to be grateful and to Allah or to God that for those healthy cells, you may not see it because they are very small cells, but trust me, those cells are making us function properly almost every day. So be grateful and then keep the cells healthy in the future.
Okay, wow, that's a nice closing statement. All right, dear all participants. I think to sum up this session, I would say that our first speaker already told us about the first good eating behavior and then good sleep pattern. And this is for us as a lecturer, please be good in supervising our students because we don't want to be the source of stress for our students. And hopefully I don't become your stress resource for our student. Okay, thank you, Mbak
Okay.
Rini. Oh,
Thank
sorry. Thank
you.
you, Ms.
Thank
Rini
you,
Arianti.
Manya.
Once again, I
Thank
appreciate
you.
your time and
Yeah,
hopefully we can collaborate again in the future.
I hope so. I hope so. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda is the awarding of certificate for our first speaker. Okay, Ms. Rini
Thank you.
Arianti, this is for you. Please kindly accept this.
Thank you.
All
Thank you very
right.
much.
Yeah. Okay, dear all participants, once again, I appreciate your time in early morning. Please continue your sleep after this, maybe. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of this session. As moderator, I apologize for all unintended mistakes in guiding this session. And thank you for your attention. I will give it back to our MC. Stay healthy. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you once again, Ms. Nia Lukita Aryani, for skillfully moderating the first compelling keynote session. We truly appreciate your excellent guidance. And thank you so much for Ms. Rini Arianti, PhD, for your outstanding presentation. Your expertise has truly enriched our conference today. Okay, we now move to our final morning keynote presentation. The moderator for this session is Mr. Khairuddin, Master of Education. Here is a brief info about Mr. Khairuddin. He was born in Langsa and he has been a lecturer here at Telp Polytechnic of Malang since 2014. He graduated his master degree in 2007 from State University of Malang, and he participated in the visiting scholar program in Indiana University, USA. And there are so many journals that he had published, as you can see in the slide. Okay. Mr. Khairuddin, please welcome our second keynote speaker.
Check. Miss MC, am I audible?
Yes.
Very clear.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and greetings to all participants nationwide and worldwide. Globally, over 1 billion people are affected by mental health disorders. Terms like anxiety, depression, borderline personality, ADHD, FOMO, and NPD are now part of today's youth vocabulary. In fact, there is a joke among psychiatrists: there are no normal people, only undiagnosed ones. This signals our urgent need for understanding this issue. So how do we move from just recognizing these issues to proactively addressing them? How can we transform anxiety from a potential root of illness into a source of productive energy? Our expert speaker is here today to guide us in understanding the causes, development, and most importantly, the strategies for building mental strength or resilience. We are fortunate today to have a distinguished international speaker joining us today, Ms. Nichakul Kunbunsri. So let's warmly greet our speaker, Ms. Nichakul Kunbunsri. Good morning, Ms. Kunbunsri.
Morning, everyone.
How are you doing?
Well,
Okay, is everything
yeah.
settled? Do you want
Pardon?
to? Is everything fine there, or do you want to ask
Yeah,
anything before we start?
yeah, everything's going well. I would like to test everyone can hear my voice, right? Because I not use the microphone.
Okay, it's clearly audible. It's fine.
Oh,
We
okay,
can
okay,
hear you very clearly. Okay.
okay, thank you.
So now allow me to give the audience a brief overview of our speaker's background. So Ms. Nichakul Kunspuri is a lecturer in the Department of Mental Health and Psychiatric Nursing, Faculty of Nursing at Kun Kain University. She is a junior academic staff member. Her research interests are gender differences in drug and alcohol use and female adolescents in alcohol consumption. She has experience in conducting nursing research in the mental health and psychiatric nursing fields, and she has been a research assistant in project support from the Alcohol Research Center and the National Research Council of Thailand as well. She is currently a doctoral student at Chiang Mai University. Okay, and today, Ms. Kunbunsri will share her insights on a fascinating topic, mental health related to the emergence of various diseases. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Nichakul Kunbunsri. Miss Kunsputri, the room is yours now.
Okay, thank you very much for invite me. May I share the screen now? Okay, good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, fellow researcher, and healthcare professional. It is truly an honor to be here at the International Conference at Workshop on Health, hosted by the Health Polytechnic of Malang. Today, I want to talk about something that affects to every single one of us in this room, the profound and often overlooked connect between our mental health, physical disease, this mental health related to the emergence of various disease. There's a topic that our international affair asked me to prepare for today. So I just overview to you, and because of the urgent schedule a little bit, so just overview and then we can discuss later. Okay. Um, by the end of this presentation, I hope you will understand three key things. First, the bidirectional relationship between mental and physical health. Second, the biological mechanism that link them. And third, how we can implement integrated care approach in our clinical practice. Like our modulator already um, introduced me. I am a mental health nursing and a psychiatric nursing in Khon Kaen province, Thailand. So if the end of this session, we have something to share between like Thailand, Asia, or Indonesia. Okay, please welcome. Well, first of all, I would like to talk about the global burden of um, our situation. Let me start with some sobering statistic. According to the World Health Organization, 1 in 8 people globally, that's nearly 1 billion people, live with a mental health condition. Depression alone is now one of the leading causes of disability worldwide. But here, what often goes note, people with severe mental health conditions die 10 to 20 years early than the general population. And it's not primarily from suicide, it's from preventable physical disease like heart disease, diabetes, respiratory condition, something like that. The economic impact is strategy. Mental health condition costs the globally economy over 1 trillion US dollar each year in the lost productivity. But beyond this number, there are real people, our patients, our family, and our community. In Southeast Asia, we face like unique challenge. We deal it with a double burden. Infectious disease have gone away, but now we are also seeing an exploration of non-communicable disease. And now mental health, it's often the invisible crisis underlying both. Yeah, these are situation in our world and Asia. Just right now, I will talk about the mind-body connection. Let's talk about why this happened. For too long, Western medicines have treated the mind and body as separate entity. We sent patient with chest pain to the cardiology, patient with sadness to the psychiatry, and we wonder why they are not getting better. But the truth in the mind and body are not separate. They are intimately interconnected system. Like your brain doesn't exist in the isolate. It's constantly communicating with your immune system, your hormone, your heart, your gut. Every thought, every emotion that has physical consequence, and every physical element affect your mental state. Well, the relationships like goes both way. We call it the bi-directional. Okay, let me show you what I mean. When someone has depression, for example, the risk of developing cardiovascular disease increased by maybe 60 to 80%. Chronic anxiety can trigger irritable bowel like syndrome of hypertension, long-term stress dramatically increase the risk of type 2 diabetes. This one. And but it's also work in reverse when someone is diagnosed with cancer. Up to 30% will develop depression. The same. People with diabetes are twice as likely to experience anxiety or depression. Those living with chronic pain, half of them will struggle with depression. It isn't just like correction, they are real, measurable biological mechanisms at work here. Yeah, we will talk about the biological mechanism, maybe same as the first speaker, maybe because I just joined and then heard her content, maybe some similar. You can like crash more content. For let me explain how this actually happens in our body. First, let's talk about the stress here. The stress when you experience chronic psychological stress, maybe from the depression, anxiety, or ongoing life difficulty, your body activates what we call the HPA axis, the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis here. And then this trigger the release of cortisol, your body's stress and hormone. Now, the cortisol is helpful in short bursts. It's part of to our fight or flight response. Yeah, you're already familiar with this word. But when it's constantly elevated, it's weak havoc. High cortisol level lead to increased blood pressure, elevate blood sugar, and suppress immune function and chronic inflammation. This bring us like to second mechanism, inflammation, and this facilitating. We now know that depression itself is an inflammatory condition. Like people with depression have elevated inflammatory marker in their blood, thing like C reaction protein, interleukin 6, and tumor necrosis factor alpha, something like that. This chronic inflammation doesn't just stay in your brain, it's travel to through to your body and then promoting like atherosclerosis, the hardening of thoraces that lead to heart attack here, and it's caused like insulin resistance, paving the way of diabetes. It's even contribute to like neurodegeneration. For the third mechanism, invoke your autonomic nervous system. The system that control your heart rate, your breathing, digestion without you thinking about it. Mental problem disturb this system. We see decreased heart rate, variability, increased sympathetic nervous system activation, and higher risk of dangerous heart rhythm. These are not just theory. We can measure like these change in patient. We can see them in blood tests, in heart monitoring, in brain scan. But it's not just biology. Well, we can see the behavior play a crucial role too. Well, think about what happened when someone is depressed or anxiety. They might what they do. I will talk about the behavior effect. They might start smoking to cope with stress, right? They might drink more alcohol, or they less just lose interest in cooking healthy milk or enough like eating processed food. They can't sleep well. Mm. They stop exercise, and critically, they stop taking their medications. Yeah, anything. So it's a behavior effect. All this behavior direct increase the risk of chronic disease also. Is perfect storm, the biological effect of mental illness combined with unhealthy coping behavior. Well, let me walk you through some specific disease where is connection with in particular strong. We'll talk to the major disease that may be linked together. The first one is cardiovascular disease. Here, the evidence here is overwhelming. Depression increase the risk of having a heart attack by 60 to 80%. Even more concerning, if you have a heart attack and you're depressed, you change today or having another heart attack are much higher. The inflammation we talk about, it's directly damaging your blood vessel. The next one may be the diabetes. This is a bidirectional nightmare. Depression W, like risk of developing type 2 diabetes. But once you have a diabetes, you two to three times more likely to become a depressed, right? And here is the crucial part. People with both condition have much like worse blood sugar control. They struggle to manage their diet, um, like take their medication, monitor their glucose, their HbA1c levels stay high and leading to complication about that. Yeah. The next one is cancer. Cancer is being diagnosed with cancer is traumatic, right? 2/3 of our cancer patients develop clinical depression. It isn't just about being sad, it's a serious condition that affects treatment outcome. The depressed cancer patients are less like to complete their chemotherapy. This one is more like to miss appointment. Some research suggests that may have worse cervical rate. The psychological distress is separate from the cancer. It's part of disease experience that we must address. Well, another, yes, there's a major disease that we think like the link between mental health and physical health. Another thing, let me share about something that might surprise you, that the gut-brain axis here. Gut-brain axis is one of the most exciting areas recent research. They told like your gut isn't just a digest organ, it's sometimes called your second brain too. Yeah, because it has its own nervous system with millions of neurons and get it 90% of your body serotonin, the neurotransmitter crucial for mood is actually produced in your gut, not your brain. The bacteria living in your intensity, your microbiome, and consistently seconding signals on your brain. When your gut microbiome is disturbed, it can affect your mood. When you're stressed or depressed, it change your gut bacteria like this. This way to irritable bowel system and anxiety so often occur together. So we now exploring whether probiotics, healthy bacteria might actually help treat like depression and anxiety. The implications are profound. What you eat might directly affect to your mental health through your gut bacteria. This is very important. Yes, so you could take care your bacteria and your gut, right? Okay, now we move to another angle. It's about the social determinant. Yes. We can't just focus on biology, right? We must also consider the social determinants of health. The condition is which people are born, grow, live, work, and age probably doesn't just affect whether someone can afford healthcare. It's a chronic stressor that affect both mental health and physical health. People living in poverty have a higher rate of depression, anxiety, heart rate, and diabetes. Is the because poor people make bad choice? Absolutely not. It's because poverty itself is toxic to health. Mhm. The housing, right? The education matters. People with late education have late access to health information. Fewer job opportunities, more stress, and worse the health outcome, both mental and physical. So another thing is unemployment and the social isolate are a powerful risk factor. Human are social creature. When we lost our job, we don't just lost income, we lost purpose, we lost structure, the social connection. When we like isolate our stress hormone raise, our immune function drop, and our risk of death increase as much as we are if we smoke maybe 15 cigarettes a day, something like that. And at the community level, we access the healthcare, safe newbornhood, a strong social support network protect both. It can like it affect to the mental and the physical health. At the policy level, the design of healthcare system, the social protection program, and the employment policies, everything like affect to our mental health. Yes. So just right now, let me tie all to this together by showing you how this factor creates a victorious cycle. Yes, imagine a patient starts with depression. The depression lead to both unhealthy behavior and biological change. We discussed already about the inflammation, the stress hormone, the immune dysfunction. Over time, this change lead to the develop of physical disease, let's like say diabetes, something like that. Now patient is dealing with the disability, pain, and the stress of managing chronic disease. This worse their depression. The worst depression leads to like poor disease management, and then which leads complication which cause more depression. Mhm. Um, Around and around is go. Each cycle make like thing worse. This patient feel hopeless. Doctor get frustrated. Family member don't understand. But here is the critical point. This cycle can be broken, and the key broken it is early like intervention and integrity care. Yo, so what does this mean for us as the healthcare provider? First, we must screen the mental health. Screen like should be routine in primary care setting, not just when someone seem like depressed, but we have to like use the validate to screen. It take maybe 2 minutes and could change someone's life. For example, PHQ-9 for depression or GAD-7 for anxiety, something like that. And then we have to like equally important like access the physiological status of every patient with chronic disease. Don't just check their just only blood pressure or blood sugar. We have to ask like about their mood, their sleep, their ability to cope, something like that. We have to watch, take care patient like something like unexplained physical symptom. Don't match any disease pattern or poor adherence to treat. Frequency visits the clinical or emergency room or increase the social isolate. They are often signs of underlying mental health like health problem. When you find the mental health issue, maybe don't just refer them away and then forget about it. Mental health is not just like someone else's problem. It's everyone responsibility in healthcare, right? So this bring us to like integrate care to the model and evidence through actually works. Here, just they like show about the primary care practice, about their community resource that can support like people. Mhm. Um, it's bringing like mental health service into primary care and a chronic disease management setting. It's team-based approach where primary care doctor, nurse, mental health specialist, and social work collaborate as one team, not separate. And then the care coordinator, often the nurse, who help the patient navigate the system, ensure follow-up and monitor outcome. Mental health provide co-locate in primary care setting. So patient don't have to go to separate psychiatric clinic with the stigma, yeah, and systematic follow up them with a measurement based care. We don't just like treat and hope. We have to measure outcome and adjust treatment until the patient improve. Okay. Now let me talk about it specifically of the nursing role. And then this crucial become like because nurses are the backbone of this intake care. Well, in this assessment conduct like holistic care assessment that look at the whole person, not just disease, because we often like first notice when something is not right with the patient mental health state. Okay, for the intervention, maybe nurse have to provide like patient education about mind body connection, the consult lifestyle change, manage medication, provide emotional support, and critically coordinate care across the different provide. Okay, and yeah, this evidence like let's talk about the intervention that actually work. For example, the exercise is remarkable powerful. Uh, the meta-analysis show that regular exercise affects as antidepressant for mild or moderate depression. It's also improved blood sugar control and reduce the cardiovascular risk and help with sleep. Yet we often forget about this one. The next one is mind body practice like yoga, medication, the Tai Chi have strong evidence for like reduce both anxiety and physical symptoms like pain and blood pressure. These aren't just feel good activity; they produce measurable biological change too. Yeah. How about the sleep? The sleep hygiene is critical. Poor sleep maybe have some problem, viewers like both mental health and chronic disease, yet is often neglected in the clinical care. How about the nutrition? Nutrition also matter too. The Mediterranean diet has been shown to reduce like depression risk and also protect against heart disease and diabetes also. Well, for the psychological therapy, maybe you heard about it, cognitive behavior therapy that from like chronic disease management in higher effective and also the mindfulness-based intervention help patient to cope with the both physical symptom and emotional distress. So all of this, it's like some kind of evidence-based practice already. But yeah, we just point like we have effective tool already. We already have, but we just need to use them in an integrated way. Yeah. But now we already know, right? We know about somehow we think in sound great, look like great way here. It's everything look nice, great. But it's not realistic in in your setting, something like that. Let's address the barrier honestly. We already have. This one is show you like a barrier to integrate care. Mhm. Um, for the barrier at the system level, we can see like our healthcare service are solid. Mental health is just in one building. Primary care is another like specialist, someone else. It doesn't communicate. The medical record don't talk to each other. Maybe funding stream are separate. You can be to treating diabetes, but not for 20 minutes for you spend to another address to patient depression, something like that. Okay. And then, yeah, the problem from the patient, maybe like stigma, difficult in our not willing to express emotion, lack of time, like not sure who to ask to help, lack of problem, something like that is a problem that be a barrier to like integrative care and from nurse to patient and from patient to nurse or to healthcare system. The barrier are real, but we are not like just right now we cannot like ensure miracle. Okay, so from that, we just would like to overcome the barrier. How? How about, yeah, I just trying to search about this one. Here, the educations and training, like every healthcare provider, they need like a basic mental health literacy. Not to be become psychiatrists, but to recognize problem. They can have a brief conversation and know when to seek help. This can be maybe tough and the communication skill training help us like have this difficult conversation with compassion. Yeah. The next one is might be the system redesign. For this point, we need integrate electronic health record maybe here, where mental health and physical health information live together. We need warm handoff, and then where the primary care provider walk the patient down and then hold the mental health provider, not just give them a phone number and then we like display near the payment and model that support integrate care and paying providing of the time they spend on whole person care, not just like procedure. So we have to redesign our system. and how to overcoming barrier. The third one, I think about the community engagement. This one can help us like anti-stigma campaign. Like we have to think about this. Anti-stigma campaign change attitude, peer support program. Maybe people with living experience of mental illness help each other, and a powerful and a cost effective. We need to develop like cultural appropriate service that fit with the local belief and practice, not just like import Western psychiatry. In our region, we have like unique strength we can build on. Yes, we have context like Asian context. We have Asian culture that have holistic health traditions already that integrate mind and body. We can frame like integrate care in the way that reason with traditional medicines concept. We also name her. We can like lead from to own models and build system right from the start. Mhm. And technology can often offer opportunity too. We have a telemedicine can bring mental health service to remote area. Mobile app can support self-management. But technology should be like enhance human connections, not replace it. For the Asian context, let me address our specific area in the Southeast Asia. Because we face the unique challenge and opportunity, we're dealing with a double burden of disease, right? We still have like tuberculosis, dengue, and other infection disease. But now we also have skyrocketing rate of diabetes, heart disease, and stroke. The mental health problem are rising rapidly due to like urbanization, changing family structure, and economic threat. Our health like system were designed for this. We have a severe shortage of mental health like professional. Maybe you can share about Indonesia later. From Thailand is better, but still like inadequate about the psychiatry, the professional. We simply like cannot view our way of this by training more psychiatrists. We need like different model maybe. And we have a cultural stigma around mental illness is strong like um, across our region, but this also growing awareness, especially among young people. Governments are starting to prioritize mental health in the national health plan. Mhm. And yeah, we have a COVID-19 pandemic was devastating, but it showed us like important lesson. It showed us like mental health issue is essential healthcare. It forced us to innovate with telemedicines and communication-based care is relief and the worst health inadequate that we can no like longer ignore. Yes, we have opportunity now to build healthcare system that integrate like mental and physical health from the group up and learning from other regions mistake and rather than like repeat them. Yes, for the research gap, I think maybe we need to acknowledge what we like we need to more research about the PICRIS, maybe molecular mechanism like linking mental and physical health. I have to think like, can we identify the biomarker that predict who will develop both depression and diabetes, thing like that? Or can we develop like precious medicines approach? Oh, we just depressed because we depressed it. And now we just think about we need also cultural adaptation of intervention. Most evidence like come from Western country, right? Just right now, does this apply to our populations? Maybe can't. So what we like we can modify or modification are need. Mhm. And then we can like ask the technology based intervention. Maybe we need to research about this too much, and then yeah, we can just try to use in our area. Well, okay. Uh, for the key message today, no, I just would like to talk about the mental health and physical health are not separate. It's inseparable. And the mind body connection is not like it's not metaphorical. It's biological, measurable, and profound. And the second is the relationship is bidirectional. Mental health illness cause physical disease, and physical disease cause mental illness. We cannot effectively treat one without addressing the another. And the third one is integrate care, improve outcome from the both mental and physical health. The evidence is overwhelming too much now. This isn't like experimental anymore. It's like best practice. And early intervention can break the regress cycle. The early like we identify and treat mental health like a problem in people with chronic disease or chronic like disease in people with mental health illness, the better outcome. Or healthcare provider have a role to play. Mhm. You don't need to be like a psychiatrist to address mental health. You need to be like a compassionate, observant healthcare professional who see like the whole people. And I talk about the system level change needs, right? The individual effort is important, but we need like healthcare system, payment model, and policy, maybe support integrate care for the sustainable. Yeah, there's my key message. Let me close with this thought, maybe. For this century, Western medicines maybe had treat mind and body and then separate entry. We have to divide, and we already divide them like into spatial. Just now for today, we just think about everything is linked each other. Our patient have a way like they already have knowledge. They know better. They have experience. They have the they felt in their heart rest, maybe they live with the truth. So our like healthcare must think about it and reflect it. We cannot wait just perfect conditions. We cannot wait for someone else to lead the time. For integrate care is now. We have to integrate, and people to make it happen are us, the healthcare. Mhm. And together we can like transform healthcare from the system to our treat like disease into the system to heal like people. And then yeah, we hope that the professional, and then we can transform healthcare from system to treat like disease, the whole disease, not just mental or physical. We need to see the whole, right? And system that maybe can heal people and don't have the mental health problem or physical problem. Yes. Thank you. This my presentation today. I I try to short it because I'm not sure about the time. So I'm ready for the question.
Okay.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Kunsburi, for the very concise and interesting overview of the relationship between mental illness and physical illness, especially the non-communicable diseases. The presentation is eye-opening for our audience. Then and that now we know that we have very serious challenge in Southeast Asia, that mental illness is happening to younger age, even younger age people, which needs our serious attention and intervention. So now we are going to get into the next stage of our talk today, which is the time that is waited by all audience, Q question and answer session. So for the audience who is interested to ask questions to our speaker today, you can raise hand and deliver your question, express your question orally, verbally, or you can also write in the chat box, okay? Now, first of all, let's check in the chat box. Perhaps we already have questions here. Okay, I think we already have questions here to our speaker. Can I read the question to you, Ms.
Yes,
Kinsbury?
yes. Thank
Okay.
you, thank you.
The phrase, yeah. Says makes, oh, sorry. We have question from Dian, from Mr. Dian or Miss Dian. Okay. Every person's resilience through stressor varies greatly. There is still a stigma that when someone experiences stress, he or she is considered weak and lacks support in dealing with the problem. How do we react to this? Okay, so you talked also significantly about stigma in society. So
Yes.
maybe you can
Mhm.
extend the explanation here, Ms. Kunsburi.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the questions. Very interesting.
Mhm.
The stigma is the problem, like it's the chronic problem in our mental health, our psychiatric for a long, long time ago, because our culture think like it's a taboo, right? Some stress or some psychiatric problem, some mental health problem. For example, if someone like get the depression and family or like community asks you like, oh, this guy is depression, this guy is schizophrenia, this guy is the bipolar. That's come up with the stigma, right? They ask the way to deal with this, right? Uh-huh. When you are maybe in you when you are healthcare professional, healthcare profession, how to deal? You have to deal with yourself first. You have to understand this is a disease. This is a chronic and that's a problem. You have to change your opinion, your attitude about that. And then after that, the person who got the disease, they already have their stigma in their mind. We call self stigma. The self stigma, like they just their self. I mean, the patient just themselves, like, oh, I am a bad person, I am a chronic person, I am a depression person, I cannot do anything, I have to receive anything from others, something like that. But you have to encourage them, encourage their self, and then ask them to like believe in their self, and ask them to have energized to live. And the second thing is you have to encourage the community to understand this problem. It's not a chronic, it's not a big problem, something like that. You have to ask to community, like ask family, community, and everyone to understand this disease, and like the point of stigma maybe it's gone. It can gone from our understanding. If we understanding this disease or this a problem, and it's not like dangerous to everyone, and we can understand how to cure, how to treat, how to like yeah, it's better. And then yeah, so the stigma problem is can like better. Mm, maybe
Okay.
this
Yeah.
is my
Thank
answer.
you. Very
Yes.
interesting response. So there are two stigmas that we, at least, yeah, we should address. First, our own self stigma, which is hard. It needs your self awareness, and then we also has to break the stigma that exists in the society. Okay.
Mhm.
We hope for like family and community should have awareness about people with mental health, so intervention can run smoothly. Okay. Can we go to the next question, ma'am? Okay. Hello, ma'am. This question is from Tika. Hello, ma'am. Should we do it so that our community or group gets used to conserving mental energy to prevent our students from feeling mental pressure during their studies? As we all know, studying in the medical field is already very challenging. Yeah. Okay. So, how is the strategy in order to prevent mental illness like anxiety and depression experienced by students who study in medical majors, especially because there are so many um, medical study is notoriously famous as academic burden and load. Okay, and some students even hurt themselves because of this academic load. Okay, can you respond to that, ma'am?
Mhm. Okay, I just think like maybe we start from Tika,ไหม? Tika,
Yes.
Tika question, no? She said like, oh, I just right now I try to read her question in the chat box. She asks about, should we do it so that our community or group get used to conserving mental health energy to prevent systematic mental health disorder from occurring. It's nice. It's nice. It's good idea that uh everyone can like everyone in the community have energy to come up to prevent like systematic mental health disorder in our community. Yeah, it's mean like everyone already concerned, right, Mystica? We have knowledge, and then we concern, we have energy to protect our disorder, even though in our community have some problem, uh maybe just from physical due to mental, or mental due to physical, but it's have to happen. We cannot protect 100% to got no disease or 0% no disease, but we can just protect and then give their knowledge to community for protect about this. Maybe for example, if someone got diabetes or cancer, we already know maybe something can lead to the mental issue, mental health issue. And or if you know someone like got the mental health issue, something can lead to the maybe can be like a cancer, can be like uh diabetes, something like that. If they know like something like related together, yeah, we can like, okay, you can give them information to prevent like in systematic mental health. Yeah. This just for Mystica.
Okay.
Thank you. For the next question
Next question.
about the medical lecture. Mhm. How can we help prevent our students from feeling mental pressure during their study? It was very hard. Okay. Yeah, as we know, we study in medical fields already very challenging. Yes, very challenging too. I think this is my opinion. I think our uh profession, I mean like medical nurse and everything about like health side already straight and straightforward and difficult to study. Yeah. In Thailand also we have hard to study it because it's have to like involve other life, something like that. But for me, I think the first factor is teacher or lecturer or just facilitator. You have to understand that student already already tough, already have some problem with their study already, and they already try. Mhm. But and so could you please could you please um not make their pressure anymore and understand their problem. Be kind to be a good teacher, open mind and change your attitude to like welcome them. And another thing is good detection. Maybe you have to do like protective, like screen first, screen which one have some problem. For example, cannot like handle with the big stress, cannot handle with any pressure. So you have to like screen them. It's okay or not to continue with this medical way if they like cannot get this pressure, maybe save them or save their life. Mhm. Yeah, ask them or some counseling how to like cope with that. Mhm. And the coping skill may be very important to student. You can like teaching them how to cope their coping skill add up to their life, very important. And our students are sometimes they just think like oh maybe they have uh life experience just about study learning something but just not in real life in pressure how to cope with when they're facing with the patient when they facing with the spread they cannot cope it. So the coping skill is very important. If you have time or have like maybe just teach them or try to like practice them about the coping skill. I think it's very important.
Okay,
Yes.
that's very interesting, Ms. Kinsbury. Okay, so for students who study in medical schools, yeah, you should have adequate coping skills, and you should learn it from many references or your own experience. And for faculty members or teachers, please be kind to your students. The subject is already hard, so we should be kind to them and uh, facilitate them in their learning so that mental issues will not interfere with their achievement in their study. Okay. And now we Okay, I think we have done with the talk, Miss Kunsbury. Okay, that's very interesting talk from our speaker. It is quite interesting and important. So if I can summarize a little bit, that what we need is like when we need to treat all diseases, as mental illness also need early work. We have to do early treatment and intervention. Like so, we have to diagnose it early. So maybe perhaps all of us, when we have time, so instead of doing staycation everywhere, in your holidays, you can go to psychiatric center for your vacation, so you can screen your mental health, and then from that, necessary treatments can be done, and necessary early treatment can be done. And so, and before we stop, we would like to present to you a certificate as the presenter, Miss Kunsbury. Let's see here if my colleague has already presented on the screen. Oh yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you
Yeah,
so
so
much for inviting me today
yeah,
and the
okay.
beautiful
Yeah, so this
certificate.
is on behalf of the director of Malang Health Polytechnic. I am symbolically present the certificate of appreciation to Ms. Kunsbury. Please accept this certificate as our token sincere gratitude for your valuable contribution to this conference. Please take it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for
Thank
invitation.
you. We hope to do another talk in the future with you again, Ms. Kunsbury. Okay. Bye bye. And as the moderator, I would like to finish or conclude my part here. And thank you for all audience for having given your attention to this talk. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Gairuddin, and a huge thank you to all our morning keynote speakers for sharing their invaluable insights. We now enter the session for screening for poster presentations. We encourage all participants to visit the virtual poster hall and review the innovative research. This session will be led by Ms. Nafilatul Fitri, Master of Occupational Safety and Health, as the moderator. And I'd like to have a brief info about Ms. Nafilatul. Ms. Nafilatul Fitri has been a lecturer here in Health Polytechnic of Malang since 2021, and she has internship experiences at PT Guna Nusa Utama Fabrikator Cilegon and also at PT Terminal Teluk Lamong, Surabaya. She graduated her Master of Occupational Health and Safety in 2019 from Universitas Airlangga. And as you can see in the screen, there are some research that she had done. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Nafilatul. The virtual floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for the experiences. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the screening moderated poster session. My name is Nafilatul Fitri, and I will be your moderator for this session. We have a great line of research to explore today. Before we start, a few housekeeping reminders for our online environment. Please keep your microphone mute unless invited to speak. If you have questions during this presentation, you can type them into the chat box or use the raise hand feature. We will address them during the dedicated Q&A time after presentation and or the end of the session. And we are now ready to begin. In this session, posters will be delivered through the screen, follow a short question and answer period. And now we can start the presentation of posters. Yeah, this is the barcode you can scan, and then if you want to see the detail of the posters. Yeah, this is the first posters, and the title is bidirectional association between ultra-processed food consumption and adolescents' mental health problem, systematic literature review. I don't know. Okay, and then the second posters, optimization of contact time and absorbent mass for cardium tree removal using formaldehyde polymerized tannin adsorbent from Lani coromandelica bark. And then the third poster, this is the second posters, and then the third posters is analysis of lead PB content in lipstick sold on commercial in East Java using graphite furnace atomic absorption spectroscopy GFRS. It is from Ardelia Intanasari and Rizka Yudhistia. And then the next poster, yeah, the next poster is about development of prototype of an integrated child management information system IMCI for monitoring pneumonia case management based on the Satu Sehat platform, a case study in Sukabumi Regency from Edi Utomo Putro, SKM MKM, and Bus Halis Maulida Haris SST MMRS. Next poster, from stigma to rights, how Indonesia can lead in mental health equity. It's from Cynthia Vicky Alfionita. And the next poster, yeah. Okay, let's next to the next poster. It's about bridging the divide, how technology impact on health costs and insurance equity in across development and developing countries. It is from Muhammad Falaf Kurniawan, Rifda Amalia Mukmila, Fula Ananta Maulana Magali, Nailatul Zofira, and then so on. Let's talk about the technology that impacts health costs. And then the next is the effect of the temperature variation in making lemon water of vitamin C content using UV visible spectrophotometry. Is from Yasvina Amalia Salwa and Durma Sabila. It's talking how the effect of temperature when making lemon water. And then next, yeah, okay. So this was the poster presentation, And if there are any question, please kindly chat your question in the box and we will try to answer this question. Okay, this is
Iku ya boy. Allah, iku ya boy. Terus apa enggak?
Yeah, and then next, this is the provision educational video on exclusive breastfeeding compliance among mother. This is from Dr. Nurul P. and Pujiastuti. Okay, and and then the next session, the next poster. Yeah. Okay, let's talk about the sweetheart care, about self-medical record, diabetes, and disease management. It is from Pugu Hido Trismanto, Eskom MI. And it's explained the sweetheart care application for recording diabetes and disease management. And evaluation and testing of the antibacterial inhibition of the formulation plasmis and Dera cordifolia, Sinore binafangulif extracts against bacteria Propionibacterium acne causes acne. It's about formulating plasmis on the binafangulif extract. In the next poster, it's talking about the prevalence of transfusion, transmitted infection of donor blood at UDD PMI Kota Surabaya. It's from Nia Lukita Aryani, Nil Putu Eka Sudiwati, Argi Panggayu, and Sasi Widuri. It's about the data prevalence of the case infected of donor's blood. Okay, here's the next poster. It's about digital wellness and adolescents' mental health. It's literature review on the trend of self-diagnosis in the TikTok era. It's talking about TikTok FYI, and then it's related about the mental health. Next, it is about the poster diabetic management and early detection. It's talking about the application. It's called Diamol. It's from Aiska Rahmaniazin, FST MKes, and Siti Nur Hasan. Okay, everyone, you can scan the barcode if you want to see the detail of the posters, and if you want to have the question, you can ask the question or chat in the chat box. Next to another poster, it's the traffic accident claim administration. It's from Kania Putri Wijaya, Herlinda Dwiningrum, and Ayu Tias Purnamasari. Let's talk about the procedure about traffic accident claim. The next poster is talk about the selection of mobile device and identification of rhodamine B using paper chromatography in tomato sauce from Lawang Market, Malang Regency. It's poster from Diana Rahmawati, and Retno Ikayanti. And the next poster is talking about mental health challenge and intervention among college students. A systematic review to this is from Handilala. It's talking about how mental health challenge and intervention among college students. And then the next poster about effectiveness of yoga and hypnoprenatal classes in pregnant women at high risk for maternal anxiety. It is quasi-experimental study from Hasnawati Surya Paru, Eka Raffi Astuti, Irati Tisari, Rahajeng Siti Nur Ahmawati. And then the next poster is picture of prospective donors who experiences temporary rejection due to hemoglobin factor at UDD PMI Lamongan Regency, Sekar Ayu Rahmadianti, and Dr. Nila Putu Eka S. Eskapeng. And the next poster is talk about psychological responses in stroke patient. It's from Yuli Daningsi, Tuni, Yuyun Putri Mandasari. And the next poster is explain about screening irregular antibody in blood donor at UDD PMI in Surabaya City. It's from Novinka Nahlaren Vipastini and Niluputu Eka. Okay, let me remind everyone, if you want to see the detail, you can scan the barcode and see the detail of the posters. And if you want to have the question, you can ask the question in the chat box. Okay. That was the last session of the poster moderated session. Maybe this the last session, so I can take you the moderator, the MC can take this session back. I'm Nafiratul Fitri. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Nafilatul Fitri. We will now take a brief break for lunch and prayer for those observing. Please return promptly for the afternoon session, and we will resume at 1 p.m. Indonesian time for the oral presentations. Okay, have a great day, everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We begin the afternoon session with the oral presentation. The session will again be moderated by Mrs. Nafilatul Fitri, Master of Occupational Safety and Health. We also have our esteemed observers, Mrs. Nurul Pujiastuti, Mrs. Vinta Istikundarti, and also Mrs. Fitriana Kurniasari, Master of Nursing, joining us. Mrs. Nafilatul, the virtual floor is yours to commence the oral presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Dinar, for the brief. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the oral presentation session. My name is Nafilatul Fitri. I will be your moderator for this session. We have a great lineup of research to explore today. Before we start, a few housekeeping reminder for our online environment. Please keep your microphone mute unless invited to speak. The second, if you have questions, you can type them into the chat box or use the raise hand feature. We will address them during the dedicated Q&A time after the panel session. Please note that this session is being recorded. Now we are ready to begin. In this session, each presenter will provide a brief overview of their work, followed by a brief question and answer period. The total time of presentation allocated for maximum 10 minutes. And then this was a panel presentation. So the presentation will begin for the 3 oral presenter, and then the next step is the Q&A session, maximum 5 minutes. And if the attendants here have any question about the task or about the presentation, you can write and you can chat in the box or raise hand on the Q&A session. And now we can begin the oral presentation. The first presentation is Selvi Marcelia from Faculty of Medicine, University of Lampung. And the title is Efficacy of Lantana Leaf Essential Oil as Biolarvicide Against Malaria Vector Anopheles sp. Now I would like to invite Selvi Marcelia to begin their presentation. The screen is yours.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Okay, before I'm presentation, let me introduce myself. My name is Selvi Marcelia, and I am lecturer of the Faculty of Medicine, University of Lampung, Indonesia. It's a privilege to be here to present our research entitled Efficacy of Lantana Leaf Essential Oil as Biolarvicide Against Malaria Vector Anopheles sp. Okay, malaria remains a major public health concern in Indonesia, with more than 400,000 cases in the 2023, irregularly due to widespread presence to Anopheles mosquito. Lantana camara is a tropical plant known to contain bioactive compounds, including saponin, flavonoids, alkaloids, tannins, and essential oil. Several studies suggest its insecticidal and antimicrobial activity. However, evidence regarding its larvicidal activity, Anopheles larva, especially with detailed concentration and exposure analysis, is limited. Therefore, our research focused on evaluating the larvicidal potentially of is essential oil, determining effective concentration and comparing the result to standard chemical larvicide. Next, the objective of this study were, and number one, to evaluate the larvicidal activity of Lantana camara essential oil against Anopheles larva. And two, to determine the concentration needed to achieve significant mortality. And three, to calculate LC50 and LC90 value using probit analyze. And four, to compare the effectiveness with both positive and negative control. And this methodology in the study design, this experimental study was conducted from April to September 2024 in the laboratory of University Lampung. As a sample, Anopheles larva, 3 and 4 instar Anopheles were read and used the test subject. And Lantana camara leaves were collected, identified, and the process for steam water distillation. And yield obtained is 14% essential oil, which was adequate for the biosase. And the experimental procedure is the 6-group test in the negative control as aqueous, positive control in Timepos 1%, and essential oil concentration, as we can see. And each group, 25 larvae, 4 replication, and total 600 larvae. In observation period is every hour for 24 hours. In mortality percent, calculate using WHO guidelines. In the data analyze, we use Shapiro-Wilk test for normality, and then followed by ANOVA or Krasuka whales, depending on distribution, and post hoc analysis was performed using James Howell test, and the probit analysis was conducted to obtain LC15 and LC19 value with significance set at a p less than 0.05. And the result in larval mortality, our results show that Lantana camara essential oil is demonstrate strong concentration dependent larvicidal activity. The highest concentration of 1.25% achieve 100% mortality at 21 hour, which was comparable to the chemical larvicide Timepos. And the statistical analysis in the ANOVA relieve highly significant difference among all treatment groups with a p-value less than 0.001, and post-testing indicated that all concentration differ significantly from one another, except for 1.25% and positive control. This means that 1.25% concentration is statistically equivalent to the chemical larvicide, supporting its potential as an effective natural alternative. And next, and the probit analysis show LC15 and LC19. As we can see, this value indicate the essential oil highly toxic to Anopheles larva and relatively low concentration. In the compounds such beta-carotene, eucalyptol, and germines in the essential oil likely disturb larva neurological and respiratory system, contributing to larva death. And in conclusion, Lantana camara essential oil is a promising natural biolarvicide with strong larvicidal activity, and the 1.25% concentration performed equivalently to timepos, achieving 100% mortality. And the LC50 and LC19 value indicate high toxicity and strong potential for practical application. As an eco-friendly alternative, this essential oil may reduce environmental impact and resistant issues associated with chemical larvicide. Further research on the formulation stability, large scale testing, and safety assessment are recommended. Okay, thank you for the attention. Once again, my name is Selvi Marcelia from Faculty Medicine University Lampung. Thank you.
Thank you, Selvi Marcelia, for the insightful presentation. And then we can begin to the next presentation before we start the Q&A session. The next presentation is from Ayutias Purnamasari from Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang with the title The Cause of Hemodialysis Treatment and Its Associated Factors Among Patients in East Java. An analysis of BPJS Kesehatan sample data 2000 to 2015 and 2018. So Ayutias, screen is yours.
Terima kasih sebentar ya.
Oh ya, siap.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ayutias Purnamasari from Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang, and today I will presenting my study entitled "The Cause of Hemodialysis Treatment and Its Associated Factors Among Patients in East Java." An analysis of BPJS Kesehatan sample data 2015 until 2018.
Tidak apa-apa ya, semua bisa tahu.
Chronic kidney disease, or we call it as CKD, remains as an important global health problem, and the prevalence of major chronic disease such as hypertension and diabetes mellitus continues to increase, and both are strong risk factors as CKD. And globally, CKD directly caused 1.23 million deaths in 2017, with an additional 1.36 million deaths due to cardiovascular complications related to kidney dysfunction. It is now the 9th leading cause of death globally and reflecting its significant health and economic burden. From a national perspective, CKD also contributes substantially to healthcare spending. In Indonesia, the disease ranks fourth in terms of claim within the National Health Insurance, or we call it as CKN. In 2022 alone, BPJS Kesehatan paid 2.16 trillion rupiah for 1.32 million CKD cases. So, furthermore, hemodialysis remains the most frequently utilized advanced outpatient procedure, or we call it as rawat jalan tingkat lanjut, and the demand for the service continues to rise each year. So this increasing risk and economic progress underline the importance of analyzing the cost of treatment, especially for hemodialysis patients. And the study had two objectives. First, to calculate the average direct cost for JKN participants from the perspective of third payer, BPJS Kesehatan, and the Advanced Referral Health Facilities of or FKRTL in East Java. And secondly is identify the relationship between predisposing, enabling, and need factors to the cost of hemodialysis treatment among patients in East Java. This is the theoretical framework and the conceptual framework. Next, the study used a quantitative cross-sectional design, and the data were obtained from the BPJS Kesehatan Sampel Data 2018. Actually, the BPJS Kesehatan Sampel Data 2023 was still in processing during this study. So therefore, we used BPJS Kesehatan Sampel Data 2018. From a population of over 1.9 million individuals, a sample of 88,000 hemodialysis cases were analyzed. And the data management process involved several steps. Initially, reshaping secondary diagnosis data, FKRTL, from long to wide, and then merging primary diagnose, long, and secondary diagnose wide, and merging FKRTL data with membership data, and then conducting each variable, and the next one is data cleaning. For data analysis, we analyzed univariate, bivariate, and multivariate analysis using logistic regression. The average of hemodialysis treatment was 950,117.5. Most cases, around 68.62% fell below the mean, while 31.38% were at or above the mean. Age was significantly associated with cost, and younger age groups had lower odds of incurring costs above the mean compared with the older age group. So this indicates that the older patients tend to generate a higher expenditure, possibly due to more severe disease or comorbidities. And female patients had significantly higher odds of incurring above mean costs compared with males. This may reflect that in disease severity, complication profile, or treatment utilization. Marital status also showed significant association. Married individuals had substantially lower odds of high treatment costs, suggesting that social or household support may play a role in treatment continuity and cost outcomes. And then membership categories under BPJS Kesehatan demonstrated notable variation. For example, PBI APBN participation showed much lower odds of generating high costs, while bukan pekerja or BP participant had slightly higher odds. These findings may reflect to socioeconomic status and healthcare seeking behaviors. Inpatient class also showed a mixed pattern. First class patient had lower odds of high cost compared with third class, and second class showed slightly higher odds. This may reflect different service pathways or clinical management practices. And then hospital type, there was substantial variation across hospital types. Some hospital types, such as class C, public hospital, and private B hospital, had significantly higher odds of above mean costs. And hospital ownership also displayed strong variation compared with private hospital and government-owned facilities, including provincial, district, and Polri, Rumah Sakit Polri. In the multivariate analysis, we examined all variables simultaneously to identify which factors independently influence the cost of hemodialysis treatment. The results show that the patient demographic continue to play an important role. Older age significantly increased the likelihood of higher treatment costs, and male patient also showed slightly higher odds of elevated costs. Well-married individuals were more likely to incur high expenditure compared with other marital groups. And certain membership segments demonstrated a clear tendency toward higher costs, reflecting the differences in coverage and socioeconomic background. And in contrast, inpatient class showed a small protective effect, indicating that patients in higher class may experience more streamlined service pathways with more predictable costs. And the more substantial effect, however, come from a hospital characteristic, and a hospital type exhibited a strong association, with some types showing markedly lower odds of high expenditure. And their findings suggest that the need for strengthened cost management with hospital ownership groups associated with higher expenditure. To summarize, first, the average cost of hemodialysis treatment was around 905,117.5 rupiah, with 68.62% of patients falling below the mean and 31.38% at or above the mean. And then age, sex, marital status, membership segmentation, inpatient class, hospital type, and hospital ownership were all significantly associated with hemodialysis treatment costs. And finally, higher costs were observed among older patients, males, married individuals, those in specific membership segments, and those treated in certain hospital ownership categories, with hospital ownership emerging as the most dominant factor. Thank you.
Thank you for the inspiring presentation, Ms. Ayu. So we can move to the next presenter. The next presenter is Bidan Islah Wahyuni, SSIT, Embiomed MKEP from Institut Kesehatan Payung Negeri Pekanbaru, with the title Analysis of the Perception of Fathers and Mothers who attended the Ayah Siaga class during pregnancy in Kuala. For Islah Wahyuni, screen is yours.
Ya, belum.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Uh, 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 saya
Yeah, hello, Bu Islah. Would you please to talk to us? Is there any problem? Okay, because Bu Islah have any problems? Maybe we can wait for a minute. for she to come back again, and then we can help her to show the presentation. And if anyone has a question regarding to the oral presenter before, you can chat on the chat box, or you can raise hand.
I'm sorry. Bu,
Okay. Yeah, okay.
my signal so bad.
Yeah. Maybe you have a trouble connection. Can we help you to share the presentation so you can just presenting your.
I have ready to share my presentation.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Okay, so for the speaker name is Lawahyun, you have a trouble. Maybe we can next to the oral presenter. The next presenter is Nikade.
I have.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Sorry,
Okay.
maybe mungkin saya tutup. Boleh Bu ya, tutup.
Yeah, you can off the
Okay, I'm
video.
off the camera, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I would like to share you about my presentation. The objectives spousal support during pregnancy and childbirth crucial for the well-being of mother and children. So this study aimed to analyze the perception of father and mother who participated in Ayah Siaga class program in Kuala Village and regard the program effectiveness in improving informational and emotional support. The methodology is using a qualitative approach with a case study design that were collected through in-depth interviews with 6 couples, fathers, mother, who had completed the Ayasaga class on October 2024. The result and discussion, we finding so that both father and mother have positive perception of the increase in father's knowledge, communication, skill, and emotional support. The Ayasyaga class is considered successful in empowering to play a more active and responsive role, as well as increasing sense of security and comfort for mothers. Like father respondent number 1, I'm very happy to be able to learn in this class because I have gained a lot of knowledge about pregnancy and preparing for the birth of my child. And the second respondent, this class has given me experience and understanding about carrying my wife's pregnancy and planning for the birth of my baby. And it has given me peace of mind about facing my wife's delivery process. And the respondent of mother, my husband has participation in this Ayasaga class has increased his awareness to helping me with daily activities at home. Is more sensitive and very caring toward me and the baby. And the second mother, my husband has changed a lot. He is more active and often remind me to eat nutritious food. He is also more attentive and always remind me to go check up. So the success of this program at the community level, such in the level, so great potential potential and scalability and in other areas. However, several challenges related to the program schedule and accessibility need to be considered for future improvement. Adapting the timing of implementation and the method of delivering the material could increase the participation of fathers who have limited work time. The study provides a rich qualitative perspective, complementing previous quantitative study by capturing the nuance of the experiences and meaning attributed to the ICWH program by father and mother. The most notable impact was increased emotional support as perceived by mother felt their husband listen to them more, understood, and provide them with greater comfort. Exchange not only reflects an increase of father and empathy, but also improve communication skills after attending class. This perception should the literature stating that strong emotional support like partner can reduce stress and anxiety of in pregnant and birthing mother. The conclusion, this program has the potential to become a model intervention for strengthening the role of the family, maternal, and neonatal health. And this is the documentation, and thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, Bu Isla. That's very insightful presentation. So now is the Q&A session. If anybody have a question regarding the oral presenter before, you can ask the question by raise hand or chat in chat box. Okay, maybe we can wait for 5 minutes. And if from the 5 minutes we have no question, we can move to the next presentation. So before we start to the next presentation, I would like to remind the presenter for the next panel. Panel 2 is for the presenter named Nikade Putri Juniantari from Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang. And the second presenter is for Dr. Aryani MKes SPAK from Medical Faculty Universitas Brawijaya. And then the third oral presenter in the panel 2 is Hanifah Dewiningrum from Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang. So please be ready when your times come.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any question, anybody? Okay. So we can move. Thank you for the presentation oh yeah, we have one question for the first presenter also. For the first presentation, for the first presenter in this study, did you also examine which active compound in essential oil have the most significant effect as a biolarvicide? Maybe for the first presenter from the Kak Selfie Marcelia, you can answer. Okay, please wait a minute. Yeah. Okay. For the first presenter, named Selfie Marcelia from Universitas Lampung. This is the question for you. The question is, in this study, did you also examine which active compound in essential oils have the most significant effect as a biolarvicide? Can you answer this? Okay, if you can answer by chat maybe if you are busy. Okay. Yeah. So we can begin to the panel 2 presentation from the oral presenter. The first is Nikade Putri Juniantari from Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang with the title ABO Blood Group Discrepancy in Transfusion Recipient at UDD PMI Lumajang, a 2024 case study. For Nikade, screen is yours. You can start now. I'm sorry, your voice is even loud. Can you talk? We are not hearing your audio. Do you have any trouble? Maybe because your audio is here in this room. You can fix it. Okay. So we can move to the next presentation. Yeah, I'm sorry for Kade. So maybe the next schedule we can reschedule it. And the next presentation is for Dr. Aryani MKes SPAK from Medical Faculty Universitas Brawijaya with the title Evolution of the Nutritional Profile, the Interplay of Age and Physical Activity Intensity in Children with Down Syndrome. For Dr. Aryani MKes SPAK, the screen is yours.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you for the time. I will share my presentation. Thank you for the judges and for the committee for time given for me to bring this our research with our reproduction, growth, and development study program in Medical Faculty Universitas Brawijaya. With the title Evolution, the Nutritional Profile, the Interplay of Age and Physical Activity Intensity in Children with Down Syndrome. For the background, children with Down syndrome often experience a unique double burden of malnutrition and characterized by a physiological shift from early feeding difficulties to a high predisposition for obesity and sedentary behavior as they age. And in Indonesia, the prevalence increased from 2010 until 2018 increased to 0.21% for the prevalence of Down syndrome in Indonesia. And in the Down syndrome, early childhood is often marked by feeding difficulties, growth delays, and undernutrition. And SDH, Down syndrome children show a high predisposition for obesity, driven by lower resting metabolic rate, hypotonia, and delay motor development, and is so increased sedentary behavior too. And understanding how age interact with physical activity intensity is essential to prevent long-term metabolic complication in Down syndrome children. And the objective of this study was to examine the correlation between age, nutritional status, and physical activity intensity in children with Down syndrome, focusing on the nutritional transition from the preschool age to school age years. For the methodology, this was a cross-sectional study involving with children 31 Down syndrome children aged 2 until 10 years old in Malang City during May until October 2025, with the participant categorized into two age group, preschool and school age. An anthropometric assessment about weight and height conducted using growth chart for children with Down syndrome, and a questionnaire for physical activity. We use physical activity questionnaire or PAQA and categorized into low, moderate, and high. And this research have been got ethical clearance from the Ethic Commission, Saiful Anwar General Hospital. And the result, the majority of age was school age, 6 until 10 years old, 61.2%, and average physical activity, the most common is high, 71% got high physical activity, and about nutrition, weight for age, normal about 48.4, and underweight, the second leading 29%. For the height for age, normal about 90.3%. So in the preschool age, predominantly normal and or undernourished, and maybe this is a growth pattern influenced by feeding challenges and developmental delay that seldom or common happen in the preschool children with Down syndrome. In the school age children, 6 until 10 years old, significantly higher rates of overnutrition or obesity compared to the preschooler age. And analysis reveals a sharp age-dependent trajectory that school age children demonstrated a statistically significant prevalence of overnutrition compared to preschool, who predominantly exhibit normal or undernourished children. And this is a very interesting picture with while low physical activity was ubiquitous, it showed correlation with high body mass index only in the school age. What about preschool age? The preschool activity level were limited, maybe due to delay of motor development rather than sedentary behavior. And this condition is caused by metabolic and hormonal factors, as well as limited physical activity due to the motor disability like hypotonia, often exhibited lower bone mineral density too, and which is associated with a combination factor such as inadequate calcium and vitamin D intake, or hormonal disorder, or the use of certain medication due to the comorbidity that they often happen. And from this table, it showed that the correlation of age and physical activity has the weak category with the p-value 0.2. We can say that it is no significant, so there's no relation between age and physical activity, but we can see the R is negative. So with the increasing of age, it means there are decreasing of physical activity. For the weight of age, there were moderate category, and there were a significant correlation between weight and physical activity, and the correlation was positive. It means that the increasing of the weight, and it showed that the increasing of physical activity too. And how about the head for age and the correlation with the physical activity? It shows that there are moderate category 2, and there were significant correlation about health and physical activity with the positive category. It means that the increasing of health of the children show increasing of physical activity too. So Down syndrome is a genetic disorder caused by adding of one chromosome in chromosome 21. It can result impaired in physical, cognitive, and physiological development in children. And this condition causes various health challenges, including nutritional problem and delayed motor development. So many children with Down syndrome experience delay in achieving the developmental milestone, whether it is gross motor, fine motor, speech and language, and may be linked to reduced outdoor activity at an early age, which can reduce natural production of vitamin D through skin exposure to UVB radiation from sunlight. And a higher body mass index is more common in individuals with Down syndrome, and this is associated with lower vitamin D level. And a higher body mass index is associated too with increased body fat mass, which can accumulate vitamin D, leading to impaired vitamin D metabolism too in Down syndrome. And limitation to the studies, anthropometric measurements were taken at a single time point, so limiting the ability to evaluate the growth trends or long-term changes in nutritional status. For the conclusion, the transition from preschool to school age represent a critical windows in Down syndrome children, where there were declining physical activity, accelerate obesity risk in Down syndrome children. And obesity risk escalate as physical activity declines with age. And so age-specific intervention are essential for children with Down syndrome. So our recommendation were integrate physical activity guidelines tailored for Down syndrome into pediatric care, and develop community-based program promoting motor skill training and structure exercise routine in school age, and strengthen early screening for growth deviation, sedentary behavior, and obesity risk at early age, and encourage parental involvement and inclusive physical education. And the last is urgent implementation research is needed to prevent chronic metabolic complication in Down syndrome population. This is our references, and thank you. This is our research team. Thank you for the moderator and the judges. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Areni, for the beautiful presentation. Next, we are moving to the next presenter. Name is Hanifah Dewi Ningrum from Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang, and the title is The Characteristic Description of Reactive Syphilis Donor Results by the GHLIA method, the UTP PME in Median City in 2021 to 2022. For the Hanifah Dewi Ningrum, the screen is yours.
Okay, Miss, thank you. Wait a minute.
Okay. If you have the difficulties for the screen share, you can tell us and we can help you. Yes, we can see your PPTs. Have you told Hanifa?
Okay, Miss.
Okay, we can start now.
Yes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So I would like to introduce myself. I am Hanifa di Winning Room. People or my friend usually call me Hanifa. I'm from graduate Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang 2025. Today I will present about characteristic description of reactive syphilis donor research by the CLIA method and the UTD PMI Madiun City in 2021 until 2023. Introduction. PMLTD testing is a mandatory pre-transfusion test to ensure blood safety and protection from blood-borne infectious disease. Syphilis is one. Syphilis is one of the disease states. According to the World Health Organization, an estimate 8 million people aged 15 until 49 will be infected with syphilis worldwide by 2022. In Indonesia, there were 2,981 cases of early syphilis and 1,144 cases of late syphilis between January and March 2023. In East Java, in 2022, there are 1,003 syphilis cases out of 2,700 479 people screening, and 884 cases were treated. Based on the result of a preliminary study at the PMI Madiun City UTD, reactive syphilis results were obtained in 7 samples from 9,195 donor samples in 2020 and increased in 2021 until 2023 to 106 reactive syphilis sample from 3,003 and 19 donor sample exam. Objective. General objective. The purpose of this study was to identify the characteristic of donor who were reactive to syphilis using the CLIA method and the UTD PMI in Madiun City in 2021 until 2023. Specific objective to identify the characteristic of donor who were reactive to syphilis using the CLIA method at the PMI Blood Transfusion Unit or UTD PMI Madiun City in 2021 until 2023 based on age, gender, blood group ABO, and rhesus, profession, and donor status. Theoretical significance, this research is expected to provide imperial data on the characteristic of reactive syphilis donor and the UTD PMI Madiun City. Practical significance, this research aimed to develop scientists and practical knowledge in the field of the blood bank technology and is expected to provide consideration for the UTD PMI Madiun City to reduce the number of reactive syphilis. Methodology, research design. This study used a quantitative description approach. This method was used for non-participant. Research location at UTD PMI in Madiun City. Research timeline. The study was conducted from October 2024 to November 2024. Research subject. The population and sample of this study were all blood donors from 2021 until 2023 with reactive syphilis EMLTD result at the UTD PMI Madiun City. A total of 106 samples. The sampling technique used in the study, probability technique with total sampling, which include all members of the population. Data analysis. This study used univariate data analysis including age, blood type, occupation or profession, gender, and donor status in syphilis reactive donor sample. The research analyzed the data using editing, checklist or coding, tabulation, and frequency distribution interpretation. The data obtained were then analyzed using the following formula. And the next data presentation, the data obtained will be presented in the form of frequency, percentage, graphs, and narrative sentence for discussion. Result. This is a table prevalence of reactive syphilis donor at the UTD PMI Madiun City in 2021 until 2023. Discussion. First, age. This incident is caused by many factors, such as sexual deviation, social life, daily interaction, and common habits. Many people of productive age between 25 until 49 still engage in unprotected sex, such as condoms. This can increase the risk of transmitting sexual transmitted infection, such as syphilis. According to research, the increase in the number of reactive syphilis donor in productive age is due to a higher desire for sexual intercourse among those in productive age compared to other age group. The next, gender. One factor contributing to the male predominance is that men have a higher desire for sexual intercourse and are more likely to engage in sexual intercourse than women. Men are less afraid to engage in sexual activity with different women, resulting in a higher rate of syphilis infection detection. Another factor is men's higher mobility compared to women, who spend more time at home. ABO and rhesus blood types. The high rate of syphilis reaction donor with blood type O rhesus positive is due to the large number of donors with blood type O rhesus positive, and the majority of the Indonesian population is O rhesus positive, accounting for 40% of the population. According to research, another factor contributing to the predominance of blood type O rhesus positive is the large number of blood donors at the Indonesian Red Cross or UTD PMI Madiun City who are blood types O rhesus positive. Donor status. New donors outnumber repeat donors, driven by the desire of the new donors to obtain health information. Research believes that another factor influencing the higher prevalence of syphilis in new donors is the pure lifestyle habits of potential donor and their residence in area with a high rate of contracting EMLTD. And the last, type of occupation or profession. One factor that significantly influences private sector employees' prevalence compared to other occupation is the high rates of being detected as reactive to syphilis, possible due to the high work pressure and stress and can lower immunity. This may also be due to private sector works having ample free time, sufficient income, and extensive social interaction both within and outside the workplace. Conclusion. The number of reactive syphilis donors at the UTD PMI Madiun City from 2021 until 2023 was 106. The number of reactive syphilis donors in 2021 was 24, increasing to 46 in 2022 and decreasing to 36 in 2023. Syphilis reactive donor based on their characteristic were mostly 32 donor age 36 until 45 years with a percentage of 19%, 83 male donors with a percentage of 30%, 49 donors with blood type O with a percentage of 23%, and 106 donor with rhesus positive with a percentage of 100%. 54 new donor with a percentage of 94%, and 30 private employees with a percentage of 28.030%. Reference.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, Hanifa. That's very
Thank you,
insightful.
Miss.
So we can move to the next oral presenter. Her name is Esteria Friska Arminia Subrata from the Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha with the title Integrative Intervention Addressing Nutritional and Mental Health Factor for Prevention of Anemia in Pregnant Women, a systematic review from the perspective of human rights and dignity. For Hesteria, the screen is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here. My name is Sestria Friska Arminia Subrata. I'm a lecturer at the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, and a doctoral student at the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Udayana. I'm grateful for the opportunity to share my part of my ongoing research with you all. Today, I will be presenting a systematic review entitled Integrative Intervention Addressing Nutritional and Mental Health Factors for the Preventing of Anemia in Pregnant Women, a perspective of human rights and dignity. On this slide, I will explain the main objective of this systematic review. The first objective is to evaluate integrated intervention to combine nutrition education, iron supplementation, and psychosocial or mental health supports for pregnant women. We aim to understand whether these combined approaches are more effective than single component intervention in preventing anemia. Next, this review examines the impact of this intervention on several key outcomes, including hemoglobin levels, anemia status, psychological well-being, self-care behaviors, and maternal empowerment. This is important because anemia is not only biological condition, but it is also strongly linked to mental health and overall quality of life during pregnancy. Additionally, this review analyzed this intervention from the perspective of maternal health right and dignity, emphasizing the healthcare support, both physical and emotional needs of pregnant women. Finally, the objective is to provide evidence-based recommendations that can help improve antenatal care practice, especially in midwifery and primary health settings. This study used a systematic literature review design guided by Prisma framework to ensure transparency and rigor in the selection reporting process. The search strategy was developed by use PICO framework. The population included pregnant women. The intervention focused on integrated approach combine nutrition education, iron supplementation, and psychosocial or mental health support. The comparison involved standard antenatal care or single component intervention, and the outcome included hemoglobin levels, anemia status, psychosocial well-being, and empowerment. We searched three major databases, Scopus, PubMed, and Global Health Library, for studies published between 2015 and 2025. Eligible studies were originally quantitative or qualitative research with relevant outcome, and all selected article was critically appraised using GBI checklist and Cochrane risk of bias tools. Because the included studies varied in design, instrument, and measure outcome, the findings were synthesized using narrative analysis rather than meta-analysis. This methodological approach ensures that the review remains systematic, transparent, and evidence-based. In this slide, I present the Prisma flow diagram that illustrates the study selection process. Finally, 10 studies were included in the synthesis. This diagram shows the transparency rigor of our selection process. This slide shows the summary table of the 10 included studies. These studies represent a range of countries, including Indonesia, Ethiopia, China, Egypt, Senegal, Netherlands, the UK, and Spain. Across these studies, most intervention share common components: nutrition education, iron supplementation, and some from psychosocial support. Several also included family empowerment or digital health tools. Despite differences in the population size and research design, the findings were consistently positive. Most studies reported increased hemoglobin levels, reduced anemia prevalence, and improved adherence to supplementation. In addition, integrated intervention shows a strong psychological benefits, including reduction in depression and anxiety, as well as improved self-efficacy and empowerment. This table also asks to compare the characteristic and outcome of each study early. I highlight four important themes. First, the cycle health improvements. Integrated interventions significantly improve hemoglobin levels, reduce anemia incidence, and strengthen adherence to iron supplementation and dietary recommendation. Second, psychosocial outcomes. Several studies show reduced depression and anxiety, better emotional well-being, and higher maternal empowerment. Family support and dignity-based counseling played an important role. Third, the implication. The evidence suggests that combined nutrition and mental health support should be incorporated into routine antenatal care, especially in midwife practice. Digital tools can further enhance accessibility and adherence. Lastly, the limitation. The included studies were the first in design and measurement tools. Many like long-term follow-up and culture differences might affect generalizability. Overall, the findings support the need for holistic, integrated maternal health intervention. In conclusion, the systematic review shows that integrated intervention, those that combine nutrition education, iron supplementation, and psychosocial or mental health support, are consistently more effective than single component strategies. This intervention leads to significant improvement in hemoglobin levels, reduction in anemia prevalence, and strength adherence to dietary and supplement. The addition of psychosocial or mental health support also contribute to better emotional well-being, improved self-efficacy, and greater respect for maternal dignity. And overall, the evidence support incorporating holistic and dignity center approach into routine antenatal and midwifery care. For the future studies, it is important to explore culturally tailored intervention models, the role of digital or mobile health tools, and the long-term impact on both maternal and neonatal outcomes. I present the key references that support the main finding of this systematic review. Because the full references list is quite long, only the most central and high impact studies are shown on this slide. These include major works on nutrition intervention, iron supplementation, mental health during pregnancy, biopsychosocial framework, and global maternal outcomes. Okay, thank you for your attention. I appreciate the opportunity to share this finding, and I'm happy to answer any question or inject in the future discussion. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Kak Evi, for the presentation. That's such a nice presentation. And then we are ready to move to the next presenter if she are ready. Her name is Nikade Putri Juniantari. Is there Nikade here? Okay, maybe she is gone. Okay, Nikade, are you ready? Yes. Okay, you can talk to us first. Check the audio first. We are not hearing. We are not hearing sound. No.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. You can start the presentation now.
Implementation of ABO blood group discrepancy. Implementation of ABO blood group discrepancy cases recipient at UDD PMI Lumajang, or as known as Lumajang Blood Service Unit. First of all, good afternoon all. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nikade Putri Juniantari. I am Dekes. I am a blood service technician. And I'm honored to be here at 8th International Conference and Workshop of Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang 2025. And this year's theme is Mental Health is a Human Right, ensuring a healthy and dignified life for all. They remind us that well-being and human dignity must be upheld in every aspect of healthcare. Even my theme differs from the main theme, but both brings the same spirit, protecting patients holistically. First object, research object, period 2000, period 2022 until 2024. Subject, blood recipient with ABO blood group discrepancy cases, on focus implementation and management of ABO blood group discrepancy in transfusion service. Ladies and gentlemen, ABO discrepancy occurs when reverse and forward grouping result doesn't match. Then, UDD PMI Lumajang is responsible for providing safe blood service, including donation, processing, testing, and distribution. Blood must pass pre-transfusion tests like ABO and versus confirmation, antibody screening, EML-TD testing, and cross-match. Then, discrepancy cases are rare but critical, as mismatched transfusion can cause serious immunological reactions such as hemolysis or even death. Then, next. Methodology. Type of research I use in this study is descriptive qualitative with a narrative approach. Data research is secondary data from UDD PMI Lumajang on period 2022 until 2024 relate to ABO blood group discrepancy cases in focus analysis like implementation of discrepancy handling, chronological flow of the case, reporting and documentation mechanism, deviation investigation, corrective and preventive action. The data I collect is from observation and documentation review, and data analysis technique I used is descriptive analytic, presenting findings based on real case data and standard operating procedure implementation. Next, result and discussion. I found one case of ABO blood group discrepancy was found at UDD PMI Lumajang on October 21, 2024. The blood sample saw agglutination during testing. Then, the team followed the standard operating procedure or SOP using the pre-warm techniques. They did incubating the sample, separating serum and blood cells, washing blood cells with warm saline, and retesting with blood group confirmation method. Next. The result is discrepancy persists despite all procedures. The cause was like undetected autoantibody in recipient's blood. Then, a referral antibody screening test was performed. The result is the patient safely received 4 bags of B-rhesus positive blood after confirmation. The case highlights the importance of careful antibody screening and SOP adherence. Early detection and proper handling prevent immunological transfusion reactions such as hemolysis. And the last one is implementation at UDD PMI Lumajang aligns with National Blood Service Standards, Kemenkes 2015, and Good Manufacturing Practice, or in Indonesia, as known as CPOB principles. Next, conclusion. A single case of ABO blood group discrepancy was identified in 2024 at UDD PMI Lumajang. Second conclusion, the case involved autoagglutination, likely caused by autoantibody presence. Third, handling through pre-warm technique and referral testing successfully ensure patient safety. 5. The implementation process follows standard operating procedure and transfusion safety standard. And my suggestion is first, routine antibody screening should be trained to detect hidden antibodies earlier. Second, continuous training for laboratory staff is essential to handle discrepancy cases effectively. Third, encourage documentation and evaluation of rare cases to improve transfusion service quality. And last one is further studies with larger sample size are recommended for deeper analysis. I think that's all for me. Thank you for your attention. I'm open for any question or further discussion. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Kade, for the presentation. And now we move to the Q&A session. Is the attendants here have any question regarding the oral presenter? You can ask the question by the chat in the chat box, or you can raise your hand. The first we have question for Dr. Aryani. It's question from Nia Aryani. The question is the questionnaire of physical activity used for assessing PA of Down syndrome children is same as other PA questionnaire? Would you elaborate more on this questionnaire? Thank you. Is Dr. Aryani here?
Yes.
Yeah, Doctor.
Thank you for the questions. I want to explain about my questionnaire to use to physical activity questionnaire. It is not for Down syndrome, but for the usual purpose. This is I use physical activity questionnaire for children and adolescents, and I choose this because I've been support as a valid, reliable measure of general physical activity level from childhood to adolescent, because my sample have the teenage age too, so I use this questionnaire. And this is a very cost and time efficient, easy to administer. Actually, the parents can fill the question, but we ask directly to the parents to get more clear answer. And the physical activity questionnaire measurement this general physical activity level. It is one of the strength of the questionnaire, because we know it is difficult to precisely measure about intensity or frequency or duration of young people activities, especially with self-report. So this questionnaire, I think it is a 7-day recall instrument that very reliable, and the validity is good to assess the general level of physical activity in the children. So it is why I use physical activity questionnaire for children and adolescents. Thank you very much. This is my answer.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Doctor. I hope Kak Nia have already understand the answer. Thank you, Doctor, for the answer. And now we move. Is there any question for the oral presenter? Okay, maybe before we move to the next panel, I would like to introduce the oral presenter for the panel 3. The the first oral presenter is Elatias Rahmawati Tejo Putri from Institut Ilmu Kesehatan Baktiwiyata Kediri with the title The Correlation Between Husband's Support and Baby Blues Syndrome in Postpartum Mothers in the Working Area of Global Public Health Center, Kabupaten Kediri. And the next oral presenter is Mutiara Zulfi Dinda Pahlevi from Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang with the title Analysis of User Satisfaction Level of the Electronic Medical Record at Dr. Saiful Anwar Hospital. And the last oral presenter is Deka Sapti Iskandar, Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang, for the title Light Exposures Effects on Inactive State Duration and Sleep Latency in Zebrafish, the new radio larvae insomnia model. So for those who are mentioned, please be ready for the next presentation. Okay, because there are no questions, so we can move to the panel 3. For Elatias Rahmawati Tejo Putri from Institut Ilmu Kesehatan Baktiwiyata Kediri. The screen is yours.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you for this time for me. Let me present my research. The correlation between husband support and baby blues syndrome of postpartum mother in the working area of Grogol Public Health Center in Kabupaten Kediri. Baby blues syndrome is usually experienced by mother after childbirth in 1st to the 14th day postpartum, with the 5th day being in the time when the peak symptom of baby blues syndrome appear. The result of preliminary study conducted at the Grogol Community Public Health Center in Kediri Regency in October 2024 2000 to showed that of the 5 postpartum mother encountered by the researcher, 2 respondents report experienced the baby blues and 3 postpartum mother did not. The result of a brief interview conducted by the researcher with the 5 mothers indicated that the 3 out of 5 mothers did not receive full support from their husband, include 2 of them experienced they have a baby blues. Therefore, the purpose of this study to determine there is a relationship between husband support and the incidence of baby blues syndrome in postpartum mother. This method used cross-sectional of 56 postpartum mother in range time February until March 2025 with technique purposive sampling. We have 30 postpartum mothers. The data collection by husband support questionnaire and screening form Edinburgh postnatal depression scale. This location in area Puskesmas Grogol, Kabupaten Kediri. And for the analysis data, we use a Fisher exact test. The result and discussion that 80% of respondents have received support from their husband and 20% do not have husband support. And 40% mothers have baby blues syndromes, and 60% they don't have a baby blues syndrome. With analysis data using the Fisher exact test, showed that 30.3% of postpartum mothers who did not receive husband support having the baby blues syndrome, and 70.8% of postpartum mother who received husband support didn't have a baby blues syndrome. So from this conclusion, there is a relationship between husband support and the incidence of baby blues syndrome with p-value less than 0.05. In my opinion, the husband support has a primary role in helping postpartum mother coping with emotional and physical change after delivery. Even its moral and physical support. The husband support prevents feeling of sadness and maintenance emotional of mother postpartum. And the other side, the absence of husband support can make it more worse the physiology condition of postpartum mother, and it can increase the risk of baby blues syndrome and even postpartum depression. Therefore, the involvement of the husband and main companion during the postpartum period is crucial element in effort to prevent mental health in mother after childbirth. Thank you.
Thank you, Kak Elatias, for the nice presentation. We are ready to move to the next presenter. The next presenter is Mutiara Zulfi Dinda Pahlevi from Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang with the title Analysis of User Satisfaction Level of the electronic medical record at Dr. Saiful Anwar Hospital. For the Mutiara Zulfi Dinda Pahlevi, the screen is yours. Yes. For Mutiara, you can start now.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mutiara Zulfidina Pahlevi from Study Program Medical Record and Health Information. Along with the work of two other research, Mr. Vistanto Agung Pribadi, ARM, SKM, MKM, and Ms. Dinia Kholida, SSD, SGZ, MPH. My study focused on user satisfaction with the electronic medical record EMR system at Dr. Saiful Anwar General Hospital. Okay, for introduction, as we know, EMR is an essential part of the hospital information system and plays a major role in improving efficiency and service quality. From my preliminary study, I found that the hospital has implemented EMR since 2020. However, several issues will still report, such as stable network connection and slow system loading, especially in the outpatient registration unit. In 2024, outpatient visit reached around 314,000, meaning about 1,300 patients per day, which is quite a high service volume. Because this situation, I become interested in analyzing how satisfied the registration staff are with the EMR system and identifying which areas still need improvement. And then objective. The purpose of this research is to analyze user satisfaction with the EMR system at the outpatient registration unit of Dr. Saiful Anwar Hospital based on the 5 dimensions of the IUCS method by Dol and Torkade. It is one content to accuracy, 3 format for ease of use, and 5 timelines. And then methodology. Design my research is quantitative descriptive study with a cross-sectional approach. Location in RSUD Dr. Saiful Anwar, Malang. Data collection period is July 16 to 23rd, and population 19 outpatient registration office, and then technique sample technique. It is total sampling. That's it's our population include, and then instrument IUCS questionnaire by Dole and Torkade 1988 instrument adopted from Islam 2021 and has been tested for validity and reliability. And then the instrument consists of, and then data source is primary data collected through a structured questionnaire, and then analyze one scoring of each IUCS dimension, and then interpretation using 1 to 4 point Likert scale interval, and then presentation in percentage and satisfaction categories. And then respondent characteristic. Most respondents were in productive age group of 31 to 40 years old, which represented 74% of the sample. Most had 6 to 10 years of work experience, representing 53% of respondents. And then gender distribution was relative balance, 47% male and 53% female. Overall, these characteristics reflect a group of experienced users who are able to provide objective assessment of the EMR implementation in the field. And then result research for overall EMR user satisfaction. Content 86%, accuracy 82%, format 83%, ease of use 83%, and timelines 83%. Overall user expert satisfaction across all 5 IUCS dimensions. And then discussion, first content 86%. User felt that EMR provide complete, accurate information, support their tasks, and improve coordination. During observation, we found an improvement. The addition of the bridging menu between the hospital information system or CMRS and VClaim or virtual claim, allowing SEP numbers to be generated automatically without opening multiple applications. And then this integration significantly increased satisfaction, as previously SEP creation had to be done manually, slowing down service. And second, accuracy 82%. Users state that the EMR product accurate data and reliable reports. However, some cases of duplicate medical record number were found due to fault bridging when patient registered using only their national ID number. This occurred because the system did not yet have a pop-up warning feature. Although this happened occasionally, it did not significantly affect overall satisfaction. And then third format, 83%. User felt that the interface was clear, visually comfortable, and easy to understand. The layout was systematic, the color scheme was pleasant, and the report format were easy to read. And then fourth is of use, 83%. Most respondents agreed the EMR system was easy to use, efficient, and easy to learn even for new staff. The bridging feature made registration much faster. Occasional error occurred requiring manual SEP download, but this were minor issue. And then last, timeliness 83%. Users state the information was displayed quickly and remained up to date. However, delay sometimes occurred during peak hours between 7 to 9 a.m., especially for BPJS patient due to unstable server connection. And then conclusion, overall EMR user satisfaction at Dr. Saiful Anwar Hospital falls within the satisfied category, with all dimensions scoring above 80%. The high score as the content dimension with 86%, while the lowest was accuracy with 82%. In addition, the EMR is considered effect in supporting registration service, especially after system improvement through the bridging integration between SIM-RS or Hospital Management Information System and virtual claim. And then recommendation for RSUD Dr. Saiful Anwar, the study recommend improving EMR system, stability through regular maintenance, functional testing before implementation, and adding in automatic warning feature to reduce data entry error, pop-up warning, then regular monitoring and continuous user training are also needed. And future research may expand to other units for evaluate the effective of the SIM-RS and V-claim bridging system more comprehensively and expand method and research variable for deeper analysis. That's the conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mutiara, for the nice presentation. We are ready to move to the last presenter of this oral session. The last presenter is Deka Sapti Iskandar from Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang with the title Light Exposure's Effect on Inactive State Duration and Sleep Latency in Zebrafish Daniorerio Larvae Insomnia Model. For Deka Sapti Iskandar, the screen is yours. Is Deka here? Okay. Okay, so because this is the last person, so yeah, we have to the next. Maybe Deka is not here, so we can move to the Q&A session. For the Q&A session, we are maybe if anybody have the question regarding to our oral presenter, you can ask the question or you can raise hand. Yeah, before we start the Q&A session, maybe I would like to asking the Elitias for the research. I'm interested in the research for the support of the husband, and then what kind of support uh, indicated in this study.
Excuse me, can be
Yeah, okay. I would like to asking
yes.
about the husband support.
What kind? Oh, okay.
What kind of support in this study?
Okay, in my research, this kind of husband support is helping mother to carry baby when the baby crying and change diapers and serve any food for postpartum mothers.
Yeah.
Yes, and always ready when the postpartum mother asks for help.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for the answer.
Yes, thank
Yeah.
you, ma'am.
Okay. Is there any question from another for the attendants here? Maybe we can wait for another minute or 3 to 5 minutes. If there are no questions, we can end this presentation oral presentation. Okay. Okay, because there are no questions for this oral presentation, we can end this oral presentation. Thank you for the distinguished speaker and the oral presenter today. We have come to an end of our moderated oral presentation session. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express my greatest appreciation to all the respected presenters for their excellent work and informative talk, and to audience for your active participation. We hope this session has been beneficial for everyone in their pursuit of knowledge enhancement. Thank you for all attending. Thank you all for attending, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Ms. Nafilatul, and thank you to all the researchers who presented their work. That concludes the session for the first day of the 8th International Conference and Workshop of Health. We sincerely appreciate your active participation today, and don't forget to fill the attendance link in the chat box. And please make note of the schedule for the second day on Thursday, tomorrow, November 20th, 2025, which will begin with the third speaker at 8:30 EM Indonesian time. And we look forward to seeing you all again tomorrow at the same time and the same Zoom link. And have wonderful rest of your day. And thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Selamat sore.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Izin live ya, Bu.